Chapter 688. After freeing themselves from the awkward situation, Yun Nuashing and the others sat down and began to have a good chat. Compared to the tense atmosphere when they had heard the secret earlier, the atmosphere was much better. As for the indecent, gray-clothed youth, he had already been taught a lesson by Yun Nuashing and Yi Shi. As they chatted, Ding Mingyu and the others would occasionally look at Yun Nuashing. Mei Mao was looking at the legendary, divine physique of spiritual reception. Ding Mingyu and the rest had also heard of the rumors regarding the spiritual divine body. Those matters could be said to be legendary. Now that they had truly met the person in question, they were naturally very interested in him. However, what made them somewhat surprised was that if they were to discard those halos, Yun Nuashing would only be an extremely beautiful young man who was about the same age as them. Just as Yun Nuashing and the others were chatting happily, the gray-clothed young man slowly walked over. They cupped their hands respectfully and said, "Senior." The gray-clothed young man waved his hand with a smile and said, "Although it's not good to disturb you now, the energy barrier is about to disappear." Yun Nuashing tilted her head. "Didn't I tell you? Since I've appeared, it means that the door to the 20th floor is about to appear. The key has already been taken away by you cheaters," the gray-clothed young man said with a chuckle. "The saint's stairway and the divine marrow baptism in this place gave you the right to open the door. Moreover, only you have the right to open the door because only 10 people have the chance to enjoy the baptism. It has already been given to you." The gray-clothed young man smiled and pointed at the huge black talisman energy barrier. He said with a smile, "Didn't you notice that you came in before the seal disappeared?" Ding Mingyu and the others were slightly stunned. When they thought about it, it was true. The saint's stairway hadn't officially opened yet, but they had snuck in. When they thought of this, they turned to look at Yun Nuashing. The latter curled her lips and said, "The Nethervoid sword has the ability to break space and destroy all Daos, an energy seal of this level. As long as it's not a divine, rank heaven taboo, or above it can be broken. Well, we've taken the initiative." Yun Nuashing shrugged with a smile and smiled at Ding Mingyu and the others. After his identity was exposed, he became more natural. They could also feel it. "So, there are a lot of people outside now," the gray-clothed young man said with a smile. He then waved his hand, and the pitch-black energy shield gradually turned transparent. Instantly, Yun Nuashing and the others saw a sea of people in the sky outside. There were probably tens of thousands of people, and they had completely surrounded the sky. Yun Nuashing's face was filled with black lines as he watched this scene. He turned his head and was just about to say something when the gray-clothed youth waved his hand and threw a black, plate-like object over. When the former saw this, he hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch it. When he focused his eyes, he saw that it was a black humanoid token. That appearance was somewhat similar to the huge puppet whose arm he had just cut off. A formation puppet. When fully activated, its strength is the same as when I was alive. It's not that weak. Of course, it's not for you to use it to deal with those scums outside. I think with your abilities, either one of you should be able to deal with those people outside. The gray-clothed young man smiled and looked at Yi Shi and Yun Nuashing. Most of those people outside should have come from the Oracle Crystal Pillar. During their cultivation, they learned that the Oracle Crystal Pillar is a door, and the key is here. Yes, I've already given it to you. The gray-clothed young man pointed at his head and smiled at Yun Nuashing and the others. He continued, "Anyway, I've already said what I need to say. The body of the Sword of Times and that you're looking for is indeed in the Oracle Crystal Pillar. Whether you can get it and leave the 19th floor alive will depend on your luck." Why does it sound a little strange? Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the owner of the maze in confusion. She frowned slightly. "Why are you suddenly so stupid now?" The gray-clothed young man rolled his eyes and looked at Yun Nuashing with disdain. He said, "All the formations in this maze are connected. If you want to solve it, you have to solve the entire maze." "I know that." Yun Nuashing nodded. The sword of Time-Zen is in the oracle crystal pillar, the gray-clothed young man said lightly. Yun Nuashing and Yi, she's eyes flashed. They looked up in surprise and said, You didn't build this huge maze just to fix the sword of Time-Zen that was sealed in the oracle crystal pillar, did you? You're smart again. The gray-clothed young man smiled and nodded. He then said, I built this huge maze just to fix the sword of Time-Zen. This maze itself was just a cover. However, I didn't expect that there would be a problem. After I died, the formation evolved on its own and went a little out of control. You should have seen the elemental creatures that were created by the formation on your way here. Those are actually spiritual. Yi, she frowned slightly. She seemed to have thought of something. She hesitated and said, If you want to become a demigod master, you have to try to give the formation spirituality. Could it be that the maze formation you built went out of control and gave birth to a formation spirit? The gray-clothed young man heard and nodded with a bitter smile. Yi Shi's expression changed slightly when she saw him nod. She turned around and saw Yun Nuashing tilting her head in confusion. She explained softly, Formation spirit, as the name suggests, is a creature that is born from the formation. The small elemental creatures on the upper level don't have much spirituality because the formation on the upper level isn't too advanced. The formation on the 19th level is the best preserved. It's a formation that's beyond the god level. The reason it hasn't been activated is that all the power of the formation has been absorbed into the oracle crystal pillar. Let me explain. The gray-clothed young man shook his head with a bitter smile. He looked at the huge, colorful crystal pillar in the distance and said with a dry mouth, A spirituality formation that went out of control. There's a formation spirit in the oracle crystal pillar, and that formation spirit must be connected to the time sand sword. Now, that formation spirit is absorbing the power of the experts cultivating under the crystal pillar. The maze is under its control. I can feel that it's recovering quickly. At this rate, it won't be long before. Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly when she heard this. A formation spirit that was connected to the time sand sword, absorbed the power of countless people, experienced several eras, and was nurtured into a formation spirit. Of course, it's normal for it to go out of control. Or rather, this oracle crystal pillar is strange. The gray-clothed young man looked a little upset. He scratched his head and said, The oracle crystal pillar has existed for a very long time, and I found this one by chance. I found that it has a nurturing function. No matter what is put in it, it will nurture that object. I also deduced that it could be used to repair the time sand sword, so I wanted to try it. I didn't think. The oracle crystal pillar's so-called ability to help an enlightened warrior reach the divine level is because that epiphany condensed the cultivation of countless experts and nurtured it over a long period of time. It's like planting a tree. Everyone is planting a tree and using their lives to nurture that tree, but that tree will only bear one fruit. The fruit that matures in the end will fall on a person, and that person will have the luck to break through. It's all wrong, all wrong. It's precisely because no one knows the cause and effect that this thing is like a divine object that can help people break through their shackles. The gray-clothed young man let out a long sigh. Senior, according to what you said, isn't the oracle crystal pillar an evil object? Lin Kuei frowned. It depends on how it's used. But no matter what, this oracle crystal pillar is nurturing an uncontrollable monster. The gray-clothed young man shook his head with a bitter smile. What level of expert is it equivalent to? Yun Nuashing also sighed. The array spirit in the oracle crystal pillar controlled the maze, and they were now trapped on the 19th floor. If they wanted to get out, they would have to get rid of that thing. The gray-clothed young man glanced at him and seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. He couldn't help but rub his head in distress and sighed bitterly. A divine-level expert. Hearing this answer, even Yun Nuashing and the others, who were usually calm, had a drastic change in expression. Later, god-level powerhouses were well-deserved powerhouses at the pinnacle of the pyramid in the divine world. It was not that Yun Nuashing had not seen them before, but he had never thought that there would be a day when he would be treated as an opponent. He wasn't sure how big the gap between a peak emperor god and a divine-level expert was, but he could guess a little from what Ning Qianxue and the Golden Princess said. It was definitely a gap that couldn't be crossed. Well, anyway, there are many experts on the 19th floor. They can handle it, ha ha. Yun Nuashing waved his hand calmly and laughed dryly. Handle it? You think too much. It's more like watching that guy blow away all the experts on the 19th floor in one breath. The gray-clothed young man looked at Yun Nuashing with pity and sighed. No matter how many ants come, they can't shake the status of a big tree. Moreover, there isn't even a single high-level god on the 19th floor. But I've seen your memory. I think you should try to struggle. Don't you want to shake those high and mighty existences? Now, there's a chance in front of you. Do you think? After thinking for a while, the gray-clothed young man seemed to have thought of something. He winked at Yun Nuashing and grinned. Don't you think you should do something? Yun Nuashing fiercely glared at this irresponsible scoundrel before hatefully saying, I did have such an idea, but with my current strength I can only shake God Emperor experts, amid God Emperor experts at that. If I were to risk my life, I might be able to move a late God Emperor. If you want me to fight to the death with a quasi-late God Realm expert, that's like an ant trying to shake a tree. Hey, hey, hey! You're the descendant of a god. Have some confidence. If you don't try, how do you know you can't shake those high and mighty existences? The gray-clothed young man patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Shake your grandpa. Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth when he saw the gray-clothed young man talking like it was easy for him to do. Anyway, I've already made it clear. Either you die on the 19th floor, or you fight with your life to destroy that damn thing and take away the Sword of Time. You'll also be lucky enough to see the biggest secret of the 20th floor. Wouldn't that be great? The gray-clothed young man curled his lips and said, And didn't I give you an array puppet? Although it definitely can't deal with that guy, it can be used as a shield for you. It shouldn't be a problem for you to block 2 or 3 attacks. Yun Nuashing choked on his words and couldn't refute. He could only glare angrily at this irresponsible bastard. At the side, Ding Mingyu, Lin Shang, and the others were playing the role of the background. This was because they could not participate in the conversation between the two of them. Just listening to them was enough to make their hearts jump and their minds stop working, let alone discuss anything. But to interrupt your thoughts, I think it's better for you to deal with the situation outside first. The gray-clothed young man smiled as he raised his finger and pointed to the front. Yun Nuashing, Ding Mingyu, and the others were stunned. When they raised their heads, their gazes froze. They didn't know when the black talisman energy shield had slowly started to dissipate. As the energy shield dissipated, Yun Nuashing and the others, as well as the tens of thousands of strong people outside, saw each other. Both sides were stunned. Why are there people here? Hey, there are a few little ghosts inside. The strong people who watched the energy shield dissipate couldn't wait to rush in. They saw that the black basin inside was in a mess, and there were a few figures on the high platform inside. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 689. A few hours ago, the people who were training on the crystal pillar plane had learned about the existence of the black crystal pillar and the way to the 20th level. Immediately, countless figures soared into the sky and spread out in this vast world to search for the so-called black crystal pillar. However, not everyone had such thoughts. Compared to the so-called greatest secret of the celestial realm, the epiphany under the oracle crystal pillar was more attractive to them. Once they mastered the power of the post-celestial realm, the celestial realm would no longer be a secret to them. This world was very vast, but it could not withstand the search of many people. After a few hours, some people had found the black basin. Therefore, those who had spread out and those who came after hearing the news all gathered in front of the black basin. quietly waiting for the basin's seal to be unlocked. At this time, when the black rune energy shield dissipated, they did not see the so-called black crystal pillar. Instead, they saw the black platform and a group of people on it. At this time, Yun Nuoxing's mind was filled with the words post-god level. After looking around, her expression changed slightly. These people were indeed not weak. They all had the power of a beginner god. But this was probably not enough. Lin Sheng and the others also looked around slowly. When their eyes swept over a place with fewer people, they frowned slightly. There was a familiar figure. There were more than a dozen people in the group. The leader was dressed in white with countless cold ghosts embroidered on his white clothes. He looked very frightening. It was the young master of the Xianin sect. Beside him, the middle-aged man was still by his side, and there were more than a dozen subordinates who were also dressed in strange white clothes. When Lin Xing saw the young master of the Xianin sect, the latter and the others also saw them. Immediately, the corners of their mouths pulled into a mocking smile, and a murderous intent flashed in their eyes. The young master of the Xianin sect glanced at Lin Sheng and Yun Nuoxing, who was deep in thought. He smiled and cupped his hands at them, saying, "I didn't expect this brother to be the first to obtain the key to the 20th level. We won't haggle over the fact that it contains the inheritance of the maze master. However, can I ask this brother to open the passage to the 20th level so that we can take a look at the secret of the greatest of the divine realm?" Lin Sheng was stunned. Inheritance? What inheritance? However, there was no need for him to figure out what was going on. He could already see that when the young master of the Xianin sect finished speaking, an earth-shattering uproar immediately erupted in the world. Countless gazes, so hot that they almost burned through space, immediately shot towards Lin Sheng and the others. The faces of Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the rest could not help but darken. The young master of the Xianin sect was truly vicious. His words about the non-existent inheritance had drawn out everyone's greed. Furthermore, they had appeared in this black basin. Regardless of whether the so-called inheritance really existed, it could no longer stop those greedy fellows, the inheritance of the maze master. It said that the master of the labyrinth was a demigod when he was alive. To be able to obtain his inheritance, the inheritance of a demigod master, that requires a bit of strength to guard. The voices that resounded throughout the sky finally disrupted Yun Nuoxing's thoughts. She lifted her head. There was no expression on her beautiful face. Her colorful eyes stared indifferently at the young master of the Xianin sect, who was smiling faintly. She slowly stood up, and then some golden particles seeped out from her body. The moment the golden particles appeared, the middle-aged man beside the young master of the Xianin sect suddenly widened his eyes. A deathly threat descended upon him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Bang! Boom! However, just as the threat of death appeared, a muffled explosion sounded from beside him. A golden light that was as dazzling as the sun bloomed. The dazzling golden light caused him to suddenly close his eyes. In that instant, he only heard the sound of a heavy collision. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze turned, and he was shocked to discover that the white-clothed young man beside him had already disappeared. The voices between heaven and earth suddenly weakened. Countless strong people looked at the middle-aged man in shock and uncertainty. Finally, they turned their eyes to the high platform below. Yun Nuoxing's figure was still standing on the high platform. However, there was an extremely wretched young man in white lying at her feet. His eyes were rolled back, and he was foaming at the mouth. His aura was extremely weak, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "Young master!" The middle-aged man stared in shock at the figure lying on the high platform like a dead dog. His eyes widened in shock. It had only been less than 2 seconds since the threat was born. However, the young girl with colorful hair had so easily taken the young man in white away from him and had even seriously injured him. Golden light, light element. You're from the Light Shrine." The middle-aged man's mind rapidly churned. Combined with the glance he had just taken, a terrifying thought directly spat out from his mouth. His shocked voice caused the entire place to instantly become silent. "I don't have time to play house with you." Yun Nuashing glanced at him. With a flip of her hand, a 9-colored token immediately appeared in her hand. Subsequently, she raised it high above her head. A stream of energy surged into the token, after which an extremely dazzling 9-colored pillar of light shot into the sky. The 9-colored pillar of light shot high into the sky. With a loud explosion, it turned into an energy fog that filled the sky. In just a short moment, a huge, colorful shrine suddenly appeared in the energy fog. After the rainbow-colored divine hall appeared, an ancient and primordial aura swept down, causing everyone to feel a pressure as great as a star descend on them. Those who were close to the divine hall in the sky were slapped down from the sky by this force. Everyone stared at the empty sky and the rainbow-colored divine hall in shock. Their eyes were filled with shock. The ancient primordial aura swept out like a storm. In just a short moment, it had spread across the entire 19th floor, causing everyone on the 19th floor to feel this terrifying aura. Countless people hurriedly raised their heads and stared in shock at the huge, colorful shrine. Their eyes flickered wildly. This shrine, this imprint, whoosh. Suddenly, there were many auras that erupted in the sky. On the crystal plains, countless people stared in shock at the figures that had rushed out after the shrine appeared. The same scene occurred elsewhere on the 19th floor. Figures with terrifying auras and streaks of light shot towards the colorful shrine. They were in such a hurry that it seemed like they wanted nothing more than to teleport there. On the black basin, countless experts stared in shock at the huge, colorful shrine in the sky. Their eyes flickered rapidly. Even the middle-aged man from the Xianin sect trembled as he stared at this scene. His pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle. That imprint! How could he not know what that imprint represented? Whoosh! 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 Less than a minute after the multicolored shrine appeared, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from the horizon. The sound was like thunder, a tsunami, and a flash flood. At the same time, the elemental energy in this world started to riot. Those with keen perception could even feel that the elemental energy in this world was completely rioting. Ding Mingyu, Lin Shang, and the rest were also staring at the colorful shrine in shock. Thereafter, they looked at the horizon. People with terrifying auras were rushing over, bringing along a stretch of gorgeous colors. In just a few breaths' time, they had rushed over. The colorful rays of light illuminated the sky. The terrifying aura caused everyone's expression to drastically change. There was no need for them to guess the energy colors that were reflected in the sky, because that was the best symbol, the most unique symbol in the divine world, Golden Divine Palace. With Divine Palace, Fire Divine Palace, Lightning Divine Palace. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, those experts that had arrived with terrifying auras landed in unison. They cupped their hands and bowed towards the stone platform. One after another, loud shouts shook everyone's ears, causing them to buzz. "Greetings, young palace master!" Waves of voices rang out from the stone platform and the distance. Within the deafening voices, there was unconcealable reverence and excitement. The excited voices seemed to spread throughout the 19th level of the maze. However, the source of all of this, the middle-aged man from the Xianin sect, trembled as he looked at this scene. Any one of those people that had appeared with terrifying auras could easily crush him. Furthermore, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. At this moment, all of them were bowing towards the person on the stone platform. Lin Shang and the rest looked at this scene in astonishment. They were also shocked by the huge display. Thereafter, they looked suspiciously at the calm Yun Nuashing. This scene was too shocking, too terrifying. Boom! A terrifying vibration suddenly rang out from the black basin, causing everyone to hurriedly turn their gazes over. Soon after, they saw that the middle-aged man from the Xianin sect was currently kneeling on the black basin. His knees had cracked the ground as he knelt. His head was deeply buried in the ground, and he did not even dare to raise it. There's no need for unnecessary words. Shut up and bring your young master. Let's go. I'll slowly settle the previous debt. Yun Nuashing glanced at him as she crossed her hands in front of her. Her soft voice caused the middle-aged man's forehead to break out in cold sweat. This was because he was clearly aware of what kind of debt she was talking about. When he thought of this, he wished he could return to that time. If he had known that this colorful and aloof young lady was related to the Nine Deity Hall, he would have stopped his young master, even if he was beaten to death. The middle-aged man clasped his hands together and did not dare to raise his head. He hurriedly ran to the stone platform and carried the white-clothed youth away. He did not even dare to look back as he sped off into the distance. There was no resentment in his heart at all. The Nine Deity Hall was a lofty existence in the realm of the gods. They were the guardian forces of the realm of the gods. Even the 8 ancient families did not dare to casually touch them, let alone a small Xianin sect like his. A sect like his could be crushed countless times with a single finger. Chuan Mu and the rest were dumbfounded when they saw the middle-aged man leave without saying a word. They looked at Yun Nuashing for a long time and were speechless. He was actually the godson of the Nine Deity Hall. They had thought that it was a joke. Yun Nuashing did not have time to care about this for the time being. She waved her hand casually, and the experts of the Nine Deity Hall who had gathered stood behind her. When the experts in the sky saw this, they swallowed their saliva. They did not care about the so-called inheritance or the key. If they were going to offend the Nine Deity Hall, they would rather give it up. Slightly distracted, Yun Nuashing turned to look at the experts of the Nine Deity Hall who were standing upright. She was stunned for a moment before she smiled and waved her hand. Be more natural. After she finished speaking, the experts of the Nine Deity Hall smiled and relaxed a little. When they saw Yun Nuashing frowning and hesitating on the spot, they did not understand why the godson had called them over. As if she knew their doubts, Yun Nuashing sighed. She looked at the oracle crystal pillar and told them what she had just learned. As expected, everyone's expressions changed drastically. She smiled bitterly and covered her face. The experts of the Nine Deity Hall who had rushed over were all very powerful. They were experts of the God realm and divine realm. However, it was not enough to challenge existences of that level with numbers. You look very distressed. The gray-robed youth walked over with a smile. He looked at the experts of the Nine Deity Hall who had gathered, and then looked at Yun Nuashing. He jokingly said, I think it's better for you not to think so much. Just fight as you wish. Anyway, this is a world of its own. It won't affect the outside world. When Yun Nuashing heard this sarcastic remark, the veins on her forehead bulged. She glared at him fiercely. If it weren't for this bastard's array, she would not have to be so distressed. Sighing and shaking her head, Yun Nuashing suddenly froze for a moment. She reached out and touched the purple crystal earrings on her earlobes. She hesitated and frowned. After a moment, she let out a long sigh and clenched her hands. Finally, she sent a ray of energy into the earrings. Then she whispered in her heart, Sister, I need your help. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking in his heart, the purple earrings suddenly lit up, and then a purple circle of light suddenly exploded out from the earrings. The purple halo flickered. It was 1,000 feet wide. Everyone who was enveloped in the halo suddenly felt a great pressure descending from the sky. Under that pressure, the energy in their bodies was like a mouse that had seen a cat. They could not move at all. At the same time, there was the crisp sound of a wind chime swaying. This movement also stunned Yun Nuashing. She hurriedly pressed down on her fluttering, colorful hair. There was an extremely chaotic energy in the purple halo. She felt that this energy was very similar to the energy contained in the Netherworld Ruin Sword. It had the power to destroy space. Moreover, it was even more powerful than the power that the incomplete Netherworld Ruin Sword had. Within the purple light circle, chaotic energy constantly swept across the space. Finally, it faded from everyone's bodies and turned into a thin purple light circle that enveloped Yun Nuashing's body, causing him to be slightly stunned. The shrunken halo enveloped her body. A moment later, it separated from her body and solidified not far in front of her. Then it slowly turned into a huge purple space door. After the purple space door took shape, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Her colorful eyes stared closely at the door. Oh, it's actually such a rare thing. Could it be that the Netherworld Ruins sword was also made from this material? The gray-clothed youth stared at the purple space door and said in surprise, the 19th level was an absolutely sealed space. Unless one controlled the formation of this maze, there was absolutely no way out. Now that the formation spirit was controlling the formation, it had even completely isolated the outside world from this place. Not even the slightest ripple of space could be transmitted out. Yun Nuashing curiously turned his gaze. However, before he could ask anything, the purple space door slowly wiggled. He was slightly delighted and quickly turned his gaze over. A group of figures slowly walked out of the space door. The person in the lead was tall and voluptuous. Her long golden hair shone with a golden luster. Her transparent feather robe fluttered in the wind. 2 jade bead earrings swayed gently in the wind and made a crisp sound like the tinkling of spring water. The person who came was naturally the Golden Crown Princess. However, behind her were the Water Empress and Lasheen and the others. When they saw Yun Nuashing, they all smiled. Great Elder. Greetings, Elder Jean. Behind Yun Nuashing, the experts from the 9 deities' temple cupped their hands respectfully when they saw the Golden Crown Princess. Then they looked at Yun Nuashing strangely. They did not expect that the little deity would be able to summon the great elder of the Golden Temple today. When the Golden Crown Princess saw the experts from the 9 deities' temple, she was also a little surprised and casually nodded her head. Mei Mao glanced at Yun Nuashing and then sized up this self-contained world. Finally, she stopped Mei Mao on the incomparably tall oracle crystal pillar in the distance. Mei Mao froze for a moment. Sister Jean, Sister Liuli, why are you all here? Seeing that the Golden Crown Princess and the others were all here, Yun Nuashing was also a little surprised. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. What's wrong, little brother? Don't you welcome us? The Empress smiled and walked lightly to Yun Nuashing. She stretched out her hand and gently pinched Yun Nuashing's nose. Yun Nuashing blushed as she lowered her head and muttered, What's wrong? Did you encounter something that you can't solve? The Golden Crown Princess smiled faintly and walked to Yun Nuashing's side. Mei Mao sized him up and then looked at Lin Sheng and the others behind him. She could not help but smile sweetly and walked lightly to Ding Mingyu and the others. She smiled and said, You are Little Star's friends, right? Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, and the others shuddered, but they were still relatively calm. They looked at her strangely. Although this sister was as beautiful as a fairy, from the way she was addressed as Great Elder just now, she should be the Great Elder of the Golden Temple of the 9 deities' temple. She was extremely powerful and was not as weak as she looked. Looks like there are many good seedlings in the Yuanguang Academy. The Golden Crown Princess, Mei Mao, sized up Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the others. She smiled and was about to say something when she felt her hand being grabbed. She turned around and saw Yun Nuashing helplessly dragging her away. Aya, Little Star is shy. The Golden Crown Princess chuckled and waved at Ding Mingyu and the others. She smiled and said, If you want to join the 9 deities' temple, just say this little fool's name. Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the others stared blankly as Yun Nuashing led the Golden Crown Princess to the side. The latter even teased Yun Nuashing playfully until his face turned red. Only then did she let him go with a smile. How should I put it? It's a little strange. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly as he looked at this scene. The Golden Crown Princess, words were very tempting. However, after thinking about it, he sighed softly. Perhaps joining the Nine Deities Temple was a good way, but he felt that it wasn't suitable for him. Chuan Mu and the others smiled helplessly. The Nine Deities Temple, which was high and mighty in everyone's eyes, had appeared in front of them in such a manner. Their sense of mystery and majesty had disappeared completely. As for the olive branch that the Golden Crown Princess had thrown out, they were also quite tempted. However, perhaps the Golden Crown Princess only said this on account of Yun Nuashing. The white meatball lying on the Empress's head slowly stretched. Then it jumped down from her head and transformed into the appearance of a young man. He had snow-white hair and dark blue stripes on his face. He glanced at Yun Nuashing, put his hands on his hips, curled his lips and said, "Who bullied you? Tell us, I'll beat him up." Yun Nuashing lowered his head and looked at Xiaobai, who was just as tall as his stomach. Then he heard his old and experienced voice and couldn't help but be speechless. Boom! Suddenly, a violent sound like an earthquake was heard. It was as if a continent had collided with another continent. The entire world shook violently. Everyone staggered and almost lost their balance. Yun Nuashing hurriedly supported Little Moon and Little Moon. Her colorful eyes were slightly stunned. She raised her head in astonishment and murmured, "The energy is rapidly condensing." The young man in gray also raised his head and looked at the huge oracle crystal pillar in the sky with a gloomy expression. He let out a long sigh and said, "It's coming out." Yun Nuashing was stunned. She suddenly turned her gaze and looked at the oracle crystal pillar. The entire 19th level seemed to be experiencing an earthquake. The ground slowly began to crack, and the colorful crystal pillar that was like a pillar supporting the sky also began to shake violently. The people who were cultivating on the crystal pillar plains also felt something strange. They abruptly opened their eyes as a strong sense of uneasiness rose in their hearts. The 1,000-feet tall crystal pillar in front of them suddenly withdrew its color. Chapter 690. Rumble! The entire area seemed to have turned dark at this moment. The energy that permeated the area also slowly became chaotic. The color of the crystal pillar, which was hundreds of thousands of feet large, slowly withdrew. An earthquake-like rumbling sound reverberated across the area. The empty space slowly crumbled and a faint fog began to linger. The natural strength of this enormous 19-level maze world gathered towards the crystal pillar. This unforeseen change was naturally detected by the people on the crystal pillar plains. Their expressions were grave as they watched the scene. The uneasiness that rose in their hearts caused them to quietly become cautious. Bang! A soft explosion was transmitted from beside them, causing everyone to be startled. They hurriedly turned their heads, only to see that there was an additional cluster of blood fog in the air. The body of the expert, who was originally standing beside them, had directly burst apart, turning into a blood fog, after which it was absorbed by the 10,000 feet large crystal pillar. Like a chain reaction, a group of people on the plains suddenly burst apart when the first person exploded. They turned into clusters of blood fog that were absorbed by the crystal pillar. Not even a trace of them was left behind. It was as though a bomb had been placed in their bodies beforehand. This strange scene caused everyone on the crystal pillar plains to panic. Numerous figures rushed to the sky and fled desperately from the plains. However, some experts had just stood up when they were stunned to feel the energy in their bodies being rapidly absorbed. It continuously surged towards the crystal pillar. No, those experts whose energy had been sucked dry widened their eyes in horror. They sat on the ground like dead dogs, looking at the dark crystal pillar in horror. Soon after, their bodies swelled like balloons. Bang! 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 On the crystal pillar plains, countless experts were drained of their energy. Their bodies exploded, turning into a bloody mist that was absorbed by the crystal pillars. When the people around them saw this, they fled even more frantically. Fear spread rapidly on the plains. They had been sitting here, cultivating just a moment ago, but now they wished they could grow wings and flee from this place. Following the pouring of energy and blood fog, many mysterious light patterns seemed to appear on the 10,000 feet large crystal pillar. These light patterns appeared to be alive as they quietly wiggled on the crystal pillar. Swoosh, swoosh, whoosh. As these light runes squirmed, rays of light suddenly shot out from the countless crystal pillars, heading straight for the largest oracle crystal pillar in the center. Terrifying energy spread out, forming a sea of light that covered the entire crystal pillar plane. Rumble. The thunderous sound of the earthquake became louder and louder. The energy between heaven and earth frantically surged towards the oracle crystal pillar, forming a terrifying energy wave. The terrifying energy caused many people's expressions to change drastically. Those who had managed to escape looked at the scene behind them in horror. Some of them were glad that they had managed to escape. Otherwise, even if their energy had not been inexplicably sucked dry, they would have been crushed into powder by the surging energy of heaven and earth. On the black basin, Yun Nuashing and the others frowned when they saw this scene. There seemed to be a huge creature within the oracle crystal pillar that yearned to awaken and was drawing the energy of this world to its limit. The powerhouses of the 9 sacred halls, who had been called, over-rejoiced when they saw this scene. If Yun Nua planet hadn't called them over, some of them might still be cultivating on the crystal pillar plane. If that was the case, their fates would probably be no different from those people. He's frantically struggling to awaken. The gray-clothed youth could not help but sigh when he saw this scene. Yun Nuashing looked straight at the oracle crystal pillar, then turned to look at the gray-clothed youth and asked, "Do you feel the resentment?" "Yes, the resentment is directed at me. It sees me as a thorn in its side because I set up the formation." The gray-clothed youth smiled. He gently crossed his hands in his sleeves and said with a faint smile, "From a certain point of view, it's because of my actions that it was born. At the same time, it's also because of me that it's unable to break out of its cocoon." Seeing that the gray-clothed youth seemed a little melancholic, Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the oracle crystal pillar. He opened his evil spirit eye and saw a powerful life form slowly awakening inside. It was a huge life form that flickered with an orange-gold radiance. It possessed terrifying vitality and had probably already gained sentience. The life form was tens of thousands of feet tall and was curled up inside the crystal pillar. The surrounding energy rapidly rushed towards it. With a thought, several divine flames surged into his eyes. Shortly after, his line of sight changed slightly. Yun Nuashing saw that the orange-gold giant had turned into a life form that was dyed with energy of various colors. Inside, at the giant's abdomen, there was a perfectly straight, dark yellow object. Looking from afar, it was roughly 3 feet long. The dark yellow energy flowing around it caused his line of sight to freeze. The evil spirit eye allowed him to see the flow of energy. That perfectly straight, dark yellow object was embedded in the orange-gold giant's abdomen. He could faintly see countless energy threads connecting the two together. That object seemed to have become one of its energy cores. When Yun Nuashing saw it, he also recognized what it was. It was a perfectly straight object that emitted the energy of time. Apart from the body of the temporal sand sword, there was nothing else. Yun Nuashing's expression turned grave. The temporal sand sword had been used as an energy carrier by the formation's spirit. That meant that its power was not as simple as that of a post-god level expert. With the temporal sand sword, it was able to display the power of a post-god level expert. There was only a difference of 1 word between the 2 levels, and there was no way to compare them. When he was sizing up the formation's spirit, the latter seemed to have sensed his gaze. Its huge head slowly turned around. On its head, there were 2 huge horns growing out of its temples, pointing straight to both ends. Its 2 eyes were several hundred feet large, empty and indifferent. Shooting a glance at Yun Nuashing, it narrowed its eyes slightly, unexpectedly showing some human-like emotions. The moment their gazes met, Yun Nuashing felt as if he had been hit by an extremely strong impact. The impact made him raise his head abruptly, and then he hurriedly closed his eyes. There were a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. That look made him feel as if he had been pressured by thousands of stars. The star power in his body trembled slightly. The Golden Princess and the others were on guard at the side, so no one saw Yun Nuashing's reaction. He heaved a sigh of relief. His colorful eyes stared at the oracle crystal pillar. He took a deep breath, and the star power in his body began to circulate slowly, along with a few specific meridians. With the circulation of the star power, the colorful patterns on his skin also shone with the colors of the stars. Streaks of black energy, accompanied by the starlight, moved rapidly in his body. Even the blood vessels under his skin slowly turned golden and starry. The white of his eyes slowly darkened, condensing into a star region. The two colorful eyes became even more dazzling. The star power surged rapidly, and his colorful long hair moved without wind. Yun Nuashing raised his head slightly, and his hanging hands clenched slightly. Then starlight rapidly condensed on the surface of his body, and the overflowing star power condensed into fist-sized stars outside his body. The diffuse starlight shone on his tall body, and the stars slowly revolved around him, as if he was the center of a star region. But when Yun Nua planet caused a strange phenomenon, the dark sky became even darker. 10,000 rays of starlight followed, and the sky was filled with stars, illuminating the place a lot. The power of the stars filled the world of the 19th level, and the power of the stars filled every corner of the world. The Golden Princess and Mei Mao were stunned by the strange star vision. Then they felt an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation behind them. They quickly turned around and saw the starlight condensing on Yun Nuashing's body. The colorful eyes of the star region shocked them. Star technique. The gray-clothed youth saw his actions and was a little surprised. He glanced at the star sculpture without leaving a trace, and then smiled faintly. "You're using your ultimate move right from the start? Preemptive strike?" Yun Nuashing glanced at him and didn't say a word. He was fully focused on controlling the overflowing power of the stars. He didn't have too much energy to distract him. At this time, he was using all his strength to control the power of the soul floating in the star field. He was mobilizing the stars in the sky. Those were the stars that were attracted by the art of stars. The art of stars really had the miraculous effect of changing heaven and earth. The star power that pervaded his body was so dense that it created a gentle energy breeze, causing Yun Nuashing's body to slowly float a foot off the ground. His 6 wings were dyed with the color of the star region, and they stretched out behind him. Countless stars fell on his body. The Golden Princess sighed speechlessly when she saw him attacking without saying a word. Mei Mao, the Empress, and Lexin and Lei Lang looked at each other. Then she walked lightly to Lin Sheng and the other side and wrapped them in an energy shield. The latter also took action to protect Xian and the 9 deities, temple's experts. In the future, when you see this guy concentrating fully, don't care about anything. Run as far as you can. Otherwise, you'll get yourself involved. The Golden Princess looked at Lin Sheng and the others, who were staring at her without blinking, and said softly. Lin Sheng and the others, who were watching attentively with surging emotions, were startled. They looked at the Golden Princess and wanted to ask why, but they swallowed their words in the next second. They also saw the terrifying energy storm sweeping around Yun Nuashing. Lin Sheng stared at the starstorm, dumbfounded. He couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't know what kind of mystic art Yun Nuashing was using. The only thing he knew was that this mystic art must be very powerful. It had just been used, and there was already such a terrifying movement. Open! Yun Nuashing's eyes were fixed on the oracle crystal pillar. She suddenly raised her right hand and shouted softly. Then everyone saw that on the plain where the oracle crystal pillar was, a formation covering a radius of 10,000 miles suddenly appeared. The formation showed the most mysterious star domain colors. The heart of the formation was hidden in the ground under the oracle crystal pillar. When the formation appeared, the starlight in the sky seemed to be attracted. Rays of starlight that scattered across the entire world gathered and slowly condensed on the huge formation. Thousands of rays of starlight drowned the place, forming a sea of light. The experts of this world had already noticed the disturbance when the star field had suddenly appeared. Now that they sensed the terrifying energy that had condensed, they all fled into the distance as if their lives depended on it. They were afraid of being affected by the energy. There was a faint light flickering between her eyebrows. Mysterious runes disappeared one after another. Yun Nuashing's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Rays of starlight flashed in front of her. She suddenly stretched out her hands and waved them in front of her. Boom! As she waved her two slender arms quickly, a dull and heavy sound came from the sky. Yun Nuashing's windbreaker flapped loudly in the wind from the star domain. The energy around her body condensed slightly. Then, as if a black hole had exploded, countless rays of energy collapsed towards her. A terrifying suction force exploded from Yun Nuashing's body. In her right hand, she held a black dot of light that was only the size of a baby's fist. The suction force that collapsed gravity had exploded from that black. Endless energy surged into the black dot like a tide. The star domain in the sky also became brighter and brighter at this moment. The entire star domain flickered together and resonated with the huge star domain below. Stars fall! When the endless starlight gathered to an extreme point, the black dot of light in Yun Nuashing's hand also shrunk with a bang. This caused her to take a deep breath. Then, a soft shout that carried the aura of the star domain suddenly rang out. As the soft shout sounded, everyone was shocked. They could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. They suddenly raised their heads. The boundless star domain had also shrunk along with the black dot of light. Rumble! A trembling sound that sounded like the world was shaking came from beyond the sky and penetrated through countless spaces. The star domain shook violently at this moment. The power that it emitted seemed to be guiding the starlight to descend. Amidst the rumbling sound that shook the air, the terrifying power caused everyone on the 19th level to raise their heads in a daze. They looked at the star domain with fear and trepidation. There was an aura of annihilation coming with a loud bang. It was as if a primordial giant beast was rushing towards this place while stepping on the star domain. The trembling sound came from afar. In just an instant, the trembling area slowly spread out. It felt as if the source of the tremor was rapidly expanding and spreading to this place. In just a few breaths' time, an extremely brilliant starlight pillar descended from the sky. It was like a condensed star domain. In just a few breaths' time, it had penetrated the endless distance and descended on this area. This brilliant scene became an eternal brilliance in the eyes of countless people. Chapter 691. In the brilliant and eternal star field, countless rays of starlight condensed. Billions of rays of starlight condensed together, causing the entire star field to be drowned in a sea of light. The condensed, endless light seemed to be pulled by something at a certain moment. It slowly wriggled, nurturing an extremely powerful force. Even the surrounding space was distorted due to the appearance of this force. Countless void cracks appeared in the space due to the shock. As the violent starlight brewed, that extremely violent ball of starlight suddenly exploded. Following that, with a speed that far surpassed the speed of light, bringing along a power that could destroy the world, it rushed towards a world in the distant star field. Along the way, it annihilated countless stars and space. In just an instant, it descended from the depths of that star field, directly bombarding the ground of that world. Hong Long! The distant starlight poured down on the oracle crystal pillar, drowning it. That extremely violent star energy seemed to be mixed with the weight of billions of stars. It heavily bombarded the ground, causing the ground to collapse. With the star-field pillar as the center, the ground caved in. Many mountain ranges were sent flying. The green land within a radius of millions of kilometers was shaken into a barren wasteland. Billowing smoke and dust filled the air. A terrifying energy shockwave turned into an energy storm that swept across the entire world. Those experts who were thousands of kilometers away and flying in midair were sent flying by the shockwave. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their figures disappeared into the horizon like meteors. When those experts in the distance saw this, they panicked and rushed further away. They were afraid that the energy shockwave would hit them. Queen Jean and the others looked at that enormous starlight pillar with a solemn expression. From that starlight pillar, they could feel a dense threat. This energy had already reached the strength of a late-stage god emperor. Even if they were drawn in, they could not guarantee that they could come out unscathed. When Lin Sheng and the others saw this starlight pillar, their hearts felt numb. From the beginning, their understanding of Yun Nuashing was constantly refreshed. The more they explored, the more they felt that there was no end to the latter's power. Yun Nuashing looked solemnly at the huge starlight pillar that was like a beacon of the astral world. He frowned slightly. The starlight pillar covered the oracle crystal pillar so that he could not see what was going on inside. Although he had used all his strength, he did not think that he would be able to shatter the erased spirit and the oracle crystal pillar. After all, the latter was a god-level expert. The gap between him and this level was an insurmountable gap. It was like looking up at the stars in the night sky, seeing the starlight but unable to touch it. Light flashed in Yun Nuashing's eyes. He looked at the black hole in his right palm and gritted his teeth. The star energy that had not calmed down started to riot again. The stars that were circling around his body started to spin crazily. Billowing star energy gushed out from his body and poured into the black hole. When the black hole received such a vast amount of energy, it shuddered slightly. Then, an even stronger suction force burst out from it. That suction force caused the space to distort. All the energy in the world was sucked into it. Then, the enormous starlight pillar started to expand slowly under the gaze of countless people. It expanded from a size of 10,000 miles. When the starlight pillar expanded, those experts who were hoping for a fluke turned pale. They could not care less about what was happening. This time, they really did not care about their lives and fled into the distance. Looking at the starlight pillar that seemed to penetrate the earth, the gray-robed youth could not help but whistle. He pressed down his gray robe that was being blown by the wind. Then he looked at Yun Nuashing, who was crazily exerting his power. He smiled and said, "Don't you plan to use the divine weapon? This level of attack can't do anything to him." Bang! It was unknown whether it was because his power had reached its limit first or because his state of mind was affected by this sarcastic remark. The black hole on Yun Nuashing's palm suddenly disappeared. The terrifying starlight pillar also disappeared with a bang. Along with it, the boundless star region disappeared. His colorful long hair turned deathly white in an instant, and Yun Nuashing's face also became as pale as paper. His body powerlessly knelt on the ground, and sweat poured down his forehead like rain. Before he could stretch out his hand to support himself on the ground, a fragrant wind blew in front of him, and a dark purple figure appeared in front of him like the wind. 2 lotus arms stretched out and supported his weak body. The Golden Princess walked leisurely to Yun Nuashing's side. When she saw him gasping for breath, she sighed in annoyance. Mei Mao lifted her head and looked at the sky in the distance. The smoke and dust had completely covered the distance. However, above the smoke and dust, there was a colorful crystal pillar. It was the oracle crystal pillar. With a wave of her sleeve, she swept away the smoke and dust in the sky. The Golden Princess stared seriously at the oracle crystal pillar that was gradually appearing. As the starlight pillar dissipated, many people fearlessly approached the oracle crystal pillar. They also watched as the crystal pillar gradually appeared in the smoke and dust. Hiss, however, before they could see what had happened to the oracle crystal pillar, some people saw the ground that had been blasted into an abyss. They immediately gasped. The ground within the range of the starlight pillar had melted. At this moment, only a gigantic abyss was left in everyone's sight. Compared to the ground that had turned into an abyss, the crystal pillar plane was unscathed, other than the fact that the ground had become barren and was no longer green. The gigantic oracle crystal pillar was still standing in the center. There was not a single scratch on it. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the oracle crystal pillar was not as bright as before. The colorful energy had unintentionally dissipated. Even the situation inside the oracle crystal pillar could be easily seen. That is, there is a creature in the oracle crystal pillar. It's alive. That aura, was it the one that attracted the starlight pillar, or did someone want to destroy it? In the dim oracle crystal pillar, the gigantic figure of the array spirit appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Suddenly, countless voices of shock rang out in the world of the 19th level. In particular, some people felt that the aura of the array spirit seemed to contain their own aura. That feeling of shock was raised to the extreme. Those present were all God experts. Their eyesight was not comparable to that of ordinary people. At this moment, they could naturally guess some clues. Their faces turned ugly. They originally thought that seeing the oracle crystal pillar was a great opportunity for them. However, at this moment, they realized that they were just food for the array spirit. Crack! When everyone came to their senses, a loud cracking sound came from the oracle crystal pillar. The crisp sound was extremely subtle, but it was transmitted to the ears of everyone in this world. Countless people's expressions froze. Yun Nuashing, who had just sat down to adjust her breathing, suddenly raised her head. Countless eyes looked at the oracle crystal pillar. The bright colors on the oracle crystal pillar gradually dimmed, causing the dusky sky to become even murkier. In just a few breaths of time, it was completely dark. Following the crisp cracking sound, a huge white crack suddenly appeared on the dimmed oracle crystal pillar. It went from top to bottom and penetrated the entire oracle crystal pillar. After the crack appeared, the surface of the huge oracle crystal pillar was also densely covered with white cracks. In just a moment, the entire oracle crystal pillar was covered with cracks. Then, with a loud cracking sound, the oracle crystal pillar exploded into countless fragments. The huge crystal fragments flew in all directions. A huge, curled-up orange-gold figure mixed in the crystal fragments fell down, smashing the oracle crystal pillar on the plain into pieces. In the midst of the smoke and dust, a figure that was 100,000 feet tall slowly stood up in the smoke. The huge creature that appeared had a body similar to that of a human, but its hands and feet had sharp claws with 5 spikes. On its huge head, there was a mysterious white mark that exuded extremely powerful energy fluctuations. Its eyes were bright orange gold, and there were no eyeballs or sclera. This array spirit was like a humanoid elemental creature. Roar! The array spirit roared at the sky. The long roar was like the roar of a beast and the voice of a human. It turned into a shockwave that rapidly spread in all directions. The terrifying energy pressure caused the expressions of countless people in the 19th level to change drastically. Those who were still fighting in the palace hurriedly stopped what they were doing. They looked at the huge array spirit that had furiously roared with bewilderment. Ding! An equally loud zither sound came from the distant horizon, causing the chaotic world to immediately calm down. Even the array spirit that was furiously roaring lowered its head in a daze. Its huge eyes looked into the distance, and its gaze penetrated through countless distances. It immediately saw a young girl on a black stone platform that exuded a faint starlight. A 6-foot-long silver-blue zither floated in front of her. The power that radiated from the zither caused its huge eyes to shrink. Clearly, it had also sensed the threat of the swirling zither. Roar! However, when the Array spirit saw the gray-clothed youth beside her, its furious roar once again resounded through the clouds. Its golden eyes locked onto the black stone platform. It lifted its huge feet and slowly landed. With a single step, it crossed the crystal pillar plains and landed on the surrounding abyss. It landed in the air and seemed to be slowly walking in that direction. Yun Nuashing watched as the Array spirit lifted its feet and walked towards them. She glanced at the gray-clothed youth beside her with some surprise. The latter also lowered his head and looked at her. He smiled and said, "He sees me as a thorn in his side and wants to get rid of me." "I know." Yun Nuashing nodded indifferently. She then took a light breath and put the swirling zither away. She seized the time to recover her strength. She then lifted her head to look at the Jean Queen and asked hesitantly, "Sister Jean, can you send Lin Shang and the others out?" When the Jean Queen heard this, she shook her head and said, "The transmission door of the earring is unidirectional. It has the power to break through the shielding of a divine array. However, if no one summons us from the outside, we can't do anything." Yun Nuashing's face turned slightly ugly. However, this answer was within his expectations. He lifted his head and looked at Lin Shang and the others. Then he sighed and shook his head. His mind was now filled with the word power. The latter and the others were obviously of no use. Lin Shang, Ding Mingyu, and the others seemed to understand why he sighed. They could not help but laugh bitterly. It was not that they did not want to help. If it was an expert at the divine venerable level, they might be able to think of something. However, this Array spirit was a terrifying creature at the post-god level. Even if it had the word quasi-god level, it was still a post-god level expert. Hundreds of millions of demon-level experts like them would not be enough to deal with it. Yun Nuashing knew that they could not help, so he did not make things difficult for them. Countless ideas appeared in his mind. He even lifted his head to look at the swirling zither, but he rejected them. The swirling zither only had 3 chances to be used. He had already used the power of the divine persona of the god of rhythm, which had the sound of strings. He was reluctant to use the remaining 2 chances here. However, if there was no other way in the end, he could only tear the seal and play a good song for the Array spirit. The Array spirit was forcefully disturbed and appeared. Its power is probably not as terrifying as a quasi-god level expert. Now the only way left. Chapter 692. The 100,000 feet tall orange-gold giant slowly collapsed in the forest. Step by step, the earth shook violently, leaving huge footprints on the ground. Along the way, the palaces that it passed were smashed into pieces. Roar! An earth-shattering roar sounded from its mouth. Among the smashed palaces, there were still experts who had not managed to escape in time. When they saw the huge monster that suddenly appeared in front of them, they trembled in fear. The pressure that was like the pressure of heaven and earth made them unable to move. The Array spirit slowly lowered its huge head and looked at the experts in the palace below. It opened its ferocious mouth and roared. Its mountain-like arms slowly stretched out and its sharp claws clenched into fists. Suddenly it punched the ground. Dong! A muffled sound rang out as if the sky and earth had collapsed. The group of experts who had been fighting in the palace earlier were blown to smithereens by this punch. Those who were a little further away also spat out a large mouthful of blood and were sent flying backwards. They collided with the walls of the hall, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out like a spider web. The earth shook violently, and the terrifying power could be felt even thousands of miles away. Many frightened eyes looked at the huge orange-gold Array spirit that stood between heaven and earth in the distance. The earth-shattering roar made everyone's heart tremble. What is that thing? I have never heard of such a terrifying thing on the 19th floor. Chaotic voices resounded throughout the 19th floor. Those god experts, who were usually high and mighty, had lost their composure at this moment, especially when they felt that this heaven and earth was an independent world that had sealed off all the space leading to the outside world. They felt even more despair. In the blasted main hall, there was a group of people. All of them were wearing white clothes embroidered with all kinds of ghosts. It was a dazzling sight. They were the people from the Shenin sect. However, their numbers were less than half of the people who had just entered. Under the collapsed main hall, there was still a group of white-clothed figures. They seemed to have been smashed into pieces by the Array Spirit's punch. Elder Hun, put me down and take everyone away. I'm already in this state. I'll just be a burden. At the very front, the middle-aged man in black carried a white-clothed figure on his back. It seemed to be the junior sect master of the Shenin sect. At this moment, the latter had already woken up. However, when he saw the huge orange-gold Array Spirit in front of him, he did not even have time to rejoice that he was still alive. He immediately let out a bitter laugh. Young master. When old Hun and the other white-robed figures behind him heard these miserable words, they immediately began to howl. The Shenin sect's young master took a deep breath and raised his head. His blood-red eyes stared fiercely at the hesitant subordinates. Mobilizing the last bit of strength in his body, he roared, "Go! Stay here and wait for death." After he finished speaking, he fiercely struggled, wanting to break free from the black-clothed, middle-aged man's back. However, although the latter's brows were tightly furrowed, the arm that clamped the former's legs tightened, not allowing him to move at all. Roar! The Array Spirit's huge eyes noticed this group of weak life forms in the corner of its sight. It slowly opened its mouth and roared. An invisible shockwave was like an attack that could split the heavens and earth apart. Even the space itself began to crumble inch by inch. The huge black empty space was like an abyss of despair, causing the group of people from the Shenin sect to widen their eyes in despair. Protect the young master! A voice that came from an unknown place caused the people from the Shenin sect to suddenly wake up. Their bodies trembled, and a ferocious look surged into their eyes. They cried out in unison and charged into the sky without any fear of death. The energy within their bodies began to go berserk. All of you! The junior sect master's expression changed drastically. Before he could say anything, Elder Hun also let out a low cry. He carried the junior sect master and quickly rushed out of the hall. Boom! Dozens of terrifying explosions came from behind, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The power of dozens of beginner gods' self-destruction could not be underestimated. A vast energy storm swept out. For a moment, even the roaring attack that could split the heavens and earth paused. Then it changed direction and blasted into the ground of the hall, creating a huge hole in the ground and space. You are the next sect master of the Shenin sect. How can you die just like that? When Elder Hun heard the energy explosion behind him, his heart trembled violently. However, he clenched his teeth and did not turn around to look. Those were his subordinates who had followed him for countless years. Now, the junior sect master of the Shenin sect turned his head and stared fiercely at the giant that stood between the heavens and earth. His eyes were blood-red, and a low roar came from his throat. Everything that had happened today was too humiliating. Whether it was Yun Nuashing or here, he did not have any thoughts. His brain no longer worked. He could not touch the high and mighty existence that he wanted to pull down. Perhaps he would never be able to shake it. The same was true for the Array Spirit. Roar! The mighty roar of the Array Spirit reverberated throughout the world of the 19th level. Suddenly, a huge array slowly appeared on the barren land. It appeared dim on the ground, but in a moment it became solid. The array that appeared slowly started to rotate. As the array rotated, the elemental power between the heavens and the earth suddenly became violent. The experts in every corner of the 19th level looked at the array that had suddenly appeared in astonishment. Their pupils shrank slightly. The condensed elemental power and the elemental power of the heavens and the earth condensed into the shape of huge demonic beasts in the array. There were also figures of various races. Those were the elemental creatures that were condensed from the pure elemental power. Colorful lights flashed between the heavens and the earth. Those elemental creatures stared at the experts with their blood-red eyes and roared. Terrifying auras filled the world of the 19th level like hurricanes. Many god experts felt that these auras were on par with them, and some were even stronger than them. They widened their eyes in astonishment. However, they did not have time to think too much because after these elemental creatures appeared, they swarmed towards them ferociously. Those god experts were almost instantly surrounded and annihilated. Hence, cries of murder and screams resounded throughout the 19th level. On the stone platform, Yun Nuashing and the others also saw the elemental creatures that had appeared in the surrounding open space. The elemental storm had condensed into a ball, merged together, and pressed towards them, causing the expressions of Lin Sheng and the others to become extremely grave. However, before they could do anything, a large golden energy hand slammed down like a giant hand that could hold up the sky. Before the large golden hand touched the ground, the energy wind was the first to emerge, destroying all the elemental creatures in the black basin. The ground was crushed a few hundred feet deep. Boom! After a while, the huge golden energy hand landed on the ground, sinking the black basin by a few hundred feet. An imprint of unknown depth was imprinted on the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. Countless cracks that were hundreds of feet wide spread into the distance. Lin Sheng and the others looked in horror at the black basin that had disappeared all of a sudden. They turned their heads speechlessly and looked at the Golden Queen, who was clapping her hands lightly. They could not help but mutter in their hearts, "This is the power of a high-level god, swoosh!" However, not long after the black basin had sunk, numerous glowing figures appeared in the air and on the ground. Moreover, their numbers were many times greater than before. The energy that was emitted caused Lin Sheng and the rest to tremble uncontrollably. The Golden Queen frowned slightly. No matter how many low-level and mid-level gods came, she could kill them all. This kind of attack was meaningless. However, she also knew that this was the array spirit's method. If the array that encompassed the entire maze was not broken, this kind of attack would not stop. Just as she frowned and raised her hand, Yun Nuashing reached out and held her hand. She shook her head at her and said, "Sister, I need you to do me a favor." The Golden Queen was stunned for a moment. She did not withdraw her hand and nodded. Mei Mel looked inquisitive and asked, "What is it?" Yun Nuashing smiled and looked at her hair that had regained most of its color. Then she looked at the Empress Lei Lang and the others and said softly, "Sister Liuli, sister and brother Lei Lang, I need you to do me a favor." When the Empress and the others heard this, they nodded and walked to her side, quietly waiting for her to continue. Her colorful eyes turned slightly and looked at the array spirit that was approaching from the horizon. There were even loud sounds of battle. Perhaps because the array spirit was too big, it did not move very quickly. However, at this speed, it would not take too long even if it walked over. It could cross a mountain range with one step. "I need everyone to stop it. Give me some time." Yun Nuashing paused and smiled. "Of course. It would be best if you could kill it directly. Then I won't have to do anything." Hearing this, Queen Jean, the Water Empress, and the others smiled bitterly. That was a post-god level expert. Even with the help of the eternal weapons, they could only barely fend off the post-god level expert. It was impossible for them to kill him. Yun Nuashing also knew what they were thinking. She smiled helplessly and did not say anything. She closed her eyes slightly, and with a thought, the colorful patterns on her body shone brightly. Then weapons containing powerful energy appeared with loud roars. They were all 12th order eternal weapons, and any one of them was enough to shake the entire god world. However, there were more than a dozen of them floating in the air, and the energy they radiated was enough to cause the entire world to tremble. Even the void was cracking, and the barrier of time was trembling. The Golden Empress and the others knew what he meant. Without any hesitation, they picked one or two eternal weapons and nodded their heads. Lei Lang took two huge and heavy mountain spling axes and rubbed them in his hands. Then he grinned and leaped out. With a roar, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed toward the array spirit in the sky. Behind him, the Silver Snake Demon Emperor and the other two Demon Emperors also roared and soared into the sky. Their fighting spirit turned into an ocean that covered the entire world. The Golden Queen, Mei Mao, looked up and glanced at Yun Nuashing. She rubbed his head and soared into the sky without saying anything. Although she did not say anything, Yun Nuashing could feel what she wanted to say and nodded gently. When you operate the glazed treasure mirror, stay calm and don't be too hasty. Control the flow of energy well. The Empress had guessed what was going to happen next. She reminded him in a gentle voice. Mei Mao looked at him again and nodded gently. Then she chased after the Golden Queen and the others. Just as the Empress left, the elemental creatures that were all over the sky roared. They seemed to feel that the group below was no longer a threat. Then they rushed down. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the expressions of Lin Sheng and the others to change drastically. However, before they could activate the power of the Divine Emperor, Yun Nuashing stomped his foot gently. A huge magic array suddenly appeared. The black magic array disappeared into the void. Then, black gas spread out and formed huge black beasts in the sky. When their huge eyes saw the elemental creatures swarming toward them, they roared and soared into the sky. The army of black beasts and the army of elemental creatures collided fiercely. Black gas and elemental aura were thrown into the air. This magic array was obtained by Yun Nuashing when he was cultivating the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Although he was unable to fully activate the level 8 god-level magic array with his ability, it was enough for him to use it to this extent. A moment later, Yun Nuashing raised his hand again. On his palm, a cluster of light gray flames with a hint of blue light appeared. He violently clenched his fist, and the cluster of gray flames disappeared. Subsequently, many silver-gray creatures slowly stood up from the ground. There were hundreds of thousands of densely packed figures. These figures all held long spears in their hands and wore armor. Dense death chi and yin chi were emitted from their bodies. The death chi that had gathered caused the entire area to darken. The special skill of the yin spirit flame summoned millions of yin soldiers. Yun Nuashing smiled and muttered to himself. He then waved his hand. The yin soldiers roared and released a terrifying aura of death. They held their spears and soared into the sky, pouncing toward the two armies. Originally, the army of black beasts had the upper hand in the battle between the elemental army and the army of black beasts. Now, another army had barged in and caused the elemental army to collapse. Seeing that Yun Nuashing had summoned 2 armies to surround the elemental creatures that were swarming toward them, Lin Sheng and the rest, as well as the experts from the 9 temples, were a little embarrassed. The power of one person was enough to be used as an army. Moreover, it was an army of gods. Chapter 693. In the sky and on the ground, 3 armies of different shapes and sizes were frantically slaughtering each other. Every time an elemental creature disappeared, more elemental creatures would rush in from behind. The black beasts and the army of ghost soldiers were not to be outdone. One by one, ghost soldiers and black beasts drilled out from the magic array and the ground, flooding into the battlefield where countless strange creatures were being harvested. On the stone platform, Yun Nuashing looked at the battlefield in the sky and on the ground. Then he looked into the distance and saw that the Matrix Spirit and the Golden Queen and the others had already started fighting. The energy fluctuations there could easily cause the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The void shattered, and even the time barrier was on the verge of collapse under the powerful impact. The evil spirit, I quietly stared at the area of powerful energy fluctuations. The Golden Queen and the others had a tacit understanding when they joined forces. The powerful energy resonating with the eternal weapons made the Matrix Spirit look serious. Its golden eyes contained a human-like rage and seriousness, and the aura that erupted from it was even more violent. However, the attacks of the Golden Queen and the others were not effective. With the help of the eternal weapons, no matter which part of the Matrix Spirit was cut off, it would quickly regenerate. Every time it regenerated, the Golden Queen and the others felt that the power of the Matrix Spirit seemed to be stronger, as if it was devouring their energy to complete itself. Yun Nuashing also noticed this. His face became more and more serious, but he could not give any particularly good advice. For a moment he was speechless. His eyes flickered for a while. Then Yun Nuashing turned his head and looked at Lin Sheng and the others. Then he looked at Ziyin and the two little girls. The three girls were also looking at him calmly. In Mei Mao's eyes, there was some encouragement and determination, which made his heart tremble slightly. Suddenly, there was a flash between his eyebrows. Yun Nuashing was startled. As soon as he looked up, he saw a pink flame shoot out from between his eyebrows and land in front of him. It transformed into a beautiful woman in a red dress. Her delicate body was exquisite and full. That beautiful face was naturally Feng. After Feng appeared, she did not speak. She just stared at Yun Nuashing with a pair of clear Mei Mao eyes. The latter blushed slightly, but he did not look away. When he looked into those glassy eyes, he could read countless emotions. It was as if she had engraved all the words in her heart in her eyes, so that he could see through her at a glance. There's nothing to hesitate about. Beside him, Little White had also transformed into its human form. It looked like a 12-year-old youth with a long blue-spotted white tail behind it. Its blue tiger-like eyes were somewhat grave. However, there was more of a smile in them. The way it crossed its hands in front of its chest and spoke in an old-fashioned manner caused everyone to involuntarily laugh. Little Shi. Yun Nuashing smiled. He turned around and looked at Yi Shi, who was sitting at the edge of the stone platform. When the latter heard his voice, she stood up and jogged to his side. She raised her delicate little face and looked at him with bright eyes. She smiled. Yun Nuashing bent down and looked straight into her eyes. He smiled and pinched her little face with both hands. Then he rubbed her wine-red hair and said, "I'll leave everyone to you." "Yes, yes." "Yi." She nodded solemnly and waved her little fist. Then she smiled and pinched his pretty face. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and slowly stood up. He walked slowly to the edge of the stone platform. His heart was calm. His eyes, which were staring at the battlefield in the distance, did not waver. Protect. This word did not hold a high position in Yun Nuashing's heart. People could only protect themselves. There was no one who could absolutely protect themselves. No one could protect him. In order to prevent himself from getting hurt, he could only force himself to be strong. He pushed himself to do everything he could to become stronger, so strong that no one could hurt him. But at this moment, I also have people that I want to protect. I also have friends that I cherish. For this, I will not hesitate to sacrifice everything. Yun Nuashing laughed self-deprecatingly. He raised his head and spread his hands. The Nether Void sword and Linghong sword appeared in his hands. He gripped them tightly. With a thought, a few more weapons appeared: the ice spear, the array book, the lunar platform, and the 18,000-kilogram hammer. After they appeared, they turned into a ray of light and merged with the Linghong sword. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Terrifying energy rolled and boiled in the silver-blue long needle. An extremely violent and terrifying energy slowly emerged. Without much hesitation, Yun Nuashing slammed the divine swords in his hands together. Clang! The low sound of metal colliding rang out. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and clenched his hands tightly. The Nethervoid's sword also quickly merged with the white light. The ball of light that was condensed slowly moved like a thundercloud. The elemental energy that whizzed past it was compressed into a viscous paste. The chaotic elemental energy condensed and formed around Yun Nuashing. Dazzling golden light elemental energy, flashing golden metal elemental energy, emerald greenwood elemental energy, stirring lightning elemental energy like silver snakes, dark earth elemental energy. Elemental energy slowly condensed around Yun Nuashing's body. The squirming ball of light seemed as if something was about to break out of its cocoon. What is this? This thing that destroys the balance of the elements? Not far away, Lin Gong looked at the squirming ball of light in Yun Nuashing's palm. He could not help but swallow his saliva and say in a trembling voice. Lin Sheng and the rest shook their heads stiffly. Everything that happened today was beyond their expectations. At this moment, they could no longer understand any of Yun Nuashing's actions. Under the attentive gazes of countless people, the long strip of light in Yun Nuashing's hands slowly gathered together. After a short while, the strip of light suddenly burst open, and the 9 types of elements surrounding his body uniformly surged into the strip of light, following which a giant sword that was 10 meters long appeared in Yun Nuashing's hands. The huge sword was dark gold in color. There were 2 crystal-like spikes at the front of the sword guard and sword body. It looked like a knight's spear. The entire sword body was covered in colorful divine runes that flowed rapidly. The tip of the sword was like a huge diamond-shaped gem. Terrifying energy overflowed from it, causing the surrounding space to crack open. The void collapsed, and a yellow time barrier appeared under everyone's shocked gazes. His face was calm and composed. The veins on Yun Nuashing's body bulged like angry dragons. He quietly stared into the distance. The rank 2 Ling Hongjian could only fuse 4 weapons, but he had forced a 5th weapon into it. That terrifying energy immediately backfired on him. Yun Nuashing softly muttered in his heart and took a deep breath. Although he did not receive a response, he could feel a powerful energy erupting from his body like a volcano. It caused his aura to soar without limit in just a few breaths. The surge of energy caused the backfire on him to gradually weaken. Yun Nuashing's eyes seemed to be burning. In his body, a glassy energy rapidly shuttled through his meridians and circulated along a specific meridian. Then it gushed out of his hands without reservation. Dong! The ancient and grand sound of a bell seemed to have come from the ancient mythological era. The grand sound of the bell continued to ring in the void and spread throughout the 19th level of the maze, causing everyone to be stunned. Even the elemental creatures were slightly stunned. Dong! The ancient sound caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. Empress Jean and the rest, as well as the erased spirit, also trembled slightly. They turned their heads in astonishment and looked at the black stone platform at the edge of the sky. There they saw Yun Nuashing's right hand holding a huge sword that was 30 feet long. Colorful energy and countless colorful energy particles circled around his body. A strong annihilation aura that could not be dispersed spread out like a wave. That energy had just begun to condense, but it had already caused their hearts to tremble. The 6 wings slowly expanded to 30 feet long. Yun Nuashing greedily took in all the energy he could sense. He quickly absorbed it into his body and poured it into the divine sword like a waterfall. It was as if his body had turned into an energy transfer station of heaven and earth. All the energy that entered his body would be quickly absorbed by the divine sword. His slender hand slowly grabbed the soul stabilizing bracelet. His long, colorful, and purple hair fluttered in the air like silk. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and looked at the soul-stabilizing bracelet. His colorful eyes were as calm as a deep pool. He crushed the bracelet. The energy that had been accumulating for an unknown number of days suddenly exploded at this moment. Dong! The divine inscriptions on the divine sword flickered at a high frequency as an immeasurable amount of energy surged into its body. However, it was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy flowed into it, it couldn't be filled. Instead, the light on its body became even more dazzling. The rainbow and glass colors intersected, illuminating the entire heaven region with their brilliant colors. Puff! Yun Nuashing's eyes hardened as he calmly lifted his left hand. When he saw the bloody wound that had burst open on his left arm, he indifferently inhaled a breath of air. He did not expect that even his special body could not withstand such a huge amount of energy. The huge divine sword slowly lowered. Yun Nuashing dripped golden red blood from his left hand onto the divine sword. Dong! Buzz! The vast sound of a bell seemed to spread throughout the entire world. After the divine sword absorbed his blood, it suddenly trembled. A strange phenomenon appeared from within. That grand scene covered the sky. Vaguely, it was as if the myriad gods in the heavens were descending. Countless divine spirits were kowtowing and praying. Countless demon gods were bowing their heads, and thousands of divine beasts were condescending. It was as if they were worshipping the only God in the world. The ancient sacrificial syllables pierced through time and suddenly resounded in the world. The source of all this was the divine sword that was crazily flashing with energy. Or rather, the golden red blood that dripped into the divine sword was the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit. Countless people looked at this scene in astonishment. Their terrified gazes were cast towards the center of the phenomenon. It was as if a grand sacrificial ritual was being carried out there. Stars of the myriad Tao in the heavens, with my sincere prayer with my blood, the supreme guidance of the heavens, please bestow upon the lowly me the sparks that illuminate the heavens, Yun Nuashing softly chanted. His and Ye's voices echoed in unison. Following his silent chant, the dark sky suddenly changed. The star region that had disappeared appeared once again. However, this time there was no array that led to its descent. The vast and boundless starlight landed on Yun Nuashing's body. Another star image appeared in the phenomenon around him. It was as if he had seen the formation of the star region in ancient times. Thousands of stars seemed to have him as the center. Countless bright starlight poured down from the sky. Roar, roar, roar. After the phenomenon in the heavens appeared, the array spirit suddenly roared at the sky. The eyes of the elemental creatures that filled every corner of the world flickered as if they had received an order. They all turned their gazes and rushed towards the center of the phenomenon. Don't let them pass. Stop them. Although those god masters did not understand what was going on over there, they could guess a little from the reaction of the array spirit. Immediately they roared and countless figures rushed out, blocking all the elemental creatures in a flash. Roar! A bright moon appeared in the sky, and Weige's body flickered with brilliant white light. It let out a tiger's roar, and its skinny body slowly grew in size under everyone's gazes. In just a moment, it had turned into a huge white tiger that was thousands of feet tall. Blue stripes covered its entire body, making it look incomparably majestic. When the moonlight descended, it caused the violent world to calm down for a moment. Old friends from afar, I grant you the courage and strength to challenge everything. Whitey roared at the sky. A strange power bloomed from the pattern between his eyebrows. The bright moon shone in the sky. The moonlight fell and shone on Yun Nuashing, the Golden Queen, and the others. It made them feel that their strength had been increased by countless times. Even the uneasiness in their hearts had been eliminated. Not only did the broad moonlight fall on the few of them, but even all the gods in the world of the 19th level could feel the supreme energy. It was like a huge amplification domain, which made their minds firm and gave them the courage to be fearless. The blessing of the 4 mythical beasts? The Golden Queen raised her head and looked at the huge bright moon. Then she looked at the moonlight that enveloped her body. She took a deep breath. Her golden hair danced wildly. In her bright eyes there was a burning desire to fight. Ha 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 ha! Old Wolf, I think I can eat a deity. Thunder Wolf roared crazily. His body emitted millions of lightning. The sea of lightning was dazzling, drowning the sky and the stars in the heavens. Violent thunderbolts exploded on the array spirit's body with the mountain-splitting axe, causing golden scars. That is, White Tiger, one of the 4 mythical beasts, White Tiger. Why would the 4 mythical beasts appear here? While they were not afraid to fight, countless people turned their eyes in shock. They looked at the huge blue and white tiger and the moonlight. Their pupils shrank. Lin Sheng's heart had been numb for a long time. However, when he saw such a legendary existence, his heart could not help but beat violently. He trembled as he turned his gaze. As expected, he saw Ding Mingyu and Chuan Mu. Their faces were numb. They did not know how to describe their feelings. Chuan Mu said lightly, "Hey, why don't we sit down and cultivate?" Ding Mingyu and the others were speechless. Screech! The crisp cry of a phoenix broke everyone's train of thought. Beside the huge white tiger, a brilliant red figure slowly appeared. It spread open its wings, which had a lava-like luster. Its incomparably beautiful phoenix wings and tail fluttered in the wind. Rays of reddish gold light descended from the sky, as if the sun had suddenly appeared after a rainstorm, as if the heavens and earth had just opened. Come, the light of hope. Foam! Raised her head, clasped her hands together, and murmured a chant. The sky and the earth had just opened. Beams of golden light shot down from the sky, illuminating the whole world. The blazing light was like the scorching sun, but when it fell on the body, it didn't feel hot at all. Instead, it felt warm. A small flame was ignited in the bottom of her heart, as if it was the flame of hope. It's a phoenix this time. A phoenix, a phoenix, a phoenix. Brother, did you see that? 2 of the 4 mythical beasts of the ancient world have appeared. Ha ha ha! This trip is worth it. The sunlight and moonlight illuminated the 19th floor, causing all the experts on the 19th floor to laugh heartily. They were indescribably excited, as if they had taken drugs. Their fighting spirits soared like wild grass. With the blessing of these 2 divine beasts, even a divine sun expert who was about to die was able to send a God King level elemental creature flying with a slap. It was as if every inch of his flesh and blood had inexhaustible power. The moonlight and sunlight were the densest on Yun Nuashing's side. However, even with the blessing of the 2 mythical beasts, his body was still covered with wounds. The endless energy caused cracks to appear on his body. Golden red blood flowed out and dyed him red. Blood kept flowing out from his eyes, ears, and mouth. However, despite the pain, Yun Nuashing's face did not show any emotion. He calmly looked at the array spirit in the sky. In his heart, there was also a golden flame burning. The divine runes on his body were all ignited. At this time, there was only an indomitable will in his mind. It was a will that dared to give up his life just to launch the strongest attack. The huge phoenix hovering in the sky and foam. On the stone platform below, both turned their bright eyes and looked at the place covered by the sea of light. There was an indelible longing and a trace of love in their bright eyes. Foam walked with light steps. Her rosy little mouth let out a phoenix sound. It was like the most perfect music in the world, intoxicating those who heard it. She softly chanted the syllables and slowly walked to Yun Nuashing's side. Mei Mao glanced at him. Seeing his miserable appearance, her eyes were filled with heartache. Her jade-like hand actually reached out and grabbed his slender hand that was holding the sword. When Yun Nuashing, who was concentrating with all his might, felt the back of his hand being covered by a warm little hand, He couldn't help but stiffly turn his gaze. The dried blood scab on his neck was torn apart, and in his fearless eyes there was some surprise as he looked at Feng Er. He smiled softly and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but found that his vocal cords had already been burned by the backlash of his own flames, and he couldn't even speak. Feng also returned a smile. She held his hand with one hand and the sword hilt with the other. The power that was surging like a tide that could destroy the balance of everything made her frown slightly. She raised her head and saw that Yun Nuoxing was just calmly looking at her and did not stop her. Her smile became even more joyful. She endured the pain. Then her phoenix-like eyes slightly focused. She looked at the other side of Yun Nuoxing with some surprise. There, a dark purple figure slowly walked over. Just like her, she was holding Yun Nuoxing's hand and sword hilt with both hands. Her beautiful face was immediately covered by a pale white color. When Ziyan saw Feng Er looking at her, she smiled sweetly. A huge magic array appeared behind her, and the energy of the 5 elements gathered together. It was the 5 elements celestial array. When the elements were extremely condensed and chaotic, Ziyan had actually evolved the 5 elements celestial array to a perfect level. The sudden appearance of 2 more people to bear the backlash of the divine sword made Yun Nuoxing feel a little more relaxed. However, the tearing feeling that came from all over his body did not lessen by much. His eyes reflected the stars again. The stars around him expanded slightly and enveloped the 3 of them. Perhaps because he shared the backlash of the divine sword, Yun Nuoxing could clearly feel the existence of Ziyan and Feng Er. It was as if the consciousness of the 3 of them was one. He couldn't help but mutter in his soul, "What 2 idiots!" That voice directly sounded in the minds of the 2 women. They were slightly startled. Then they chuckled and replied together, "Because we also want to share some of your burden. We also want to protect Little Star." Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. His heart began to beat rapidly. One of the few chains that could not be seen suddenly broke at this moment. 2 faint imprints quietly landed in front of his heart, as if they wanted to bypass the encirclement of the heavy chains and land on his heart. Stars. 10,000 stars descend. Colored glass condense. Soul-burning art. 36 times burn. 9 elements godly art. 9 elements converge. Several voices rang out in his head. The berserk energy became even more frenzied at that moment. It endlessly surged towards the divine swords held in the 6 hands. Feng Er and Ziyan also poured all of their energy into the divine swords at that moment without holding back. On the dark golden divine sword, colorful divine patterns grew crazily and filled the entire divine sword. The divine sword, which had condensed countless energies, was now emitting a high-pitched and excited sound. Chapter 694. A sharp sword chime resounded through the sky. The void collapsed, and the barrier of time trembled wherever the tip of the sword pointed. The divine sword, which had condensed countless energies, turned colorful. Waves of terrifying energy spread out in all directions like shock waves. Before the power exploded, the overflowing energy had already caused the surrounding mountains to collapse and huge cracks to appear on the ground. It was as if a gust of wind had swept up sand and pebbles. The tiny pebbles even broke free from the gravitational pull of gravity and floated in the air, trembling constantly. When the experts of the 9 divine temples heard Yun Nuoxing's elemental gathering cry, they looked at each other in dismay. Then, a look of understanding appeared in their eyes. They all sat down on the ground and formed seals. Then, waves of terrifying elemental energy rushed out from their bodies. These elemental energies were the purest elemental energies. They had cut off the connection between themselves and the elemental energies, almost turning into the original elemental energies in the world. When these 8 huge elemental energies surged out, they did not stop at all. They condensed into 8 huge elemental rivers in the sky and rushed toward Yun Nuoxing. pouring into his body without any reservation. Yun Nuashing was slightly taken aback when he received the support of such a powerful force. He could not help but turn his head. Then he saw many experts of the 9 divine temples sitting on the ground, looking at him with respect and determination in their eyes. He was slightly taken aback. Most of these experts of the 9 divine temples were gods, under gods and gods. This kind of power was usually enough to guard an area. However, at this moment, it was not enough. However, when they all cultivated a single element, and there were hundreds of them, the power would fuse and amplify. In particular, when Yun Nuashing controlled this power, the power would be amplified countless times. Yun Nuashing nodded with a smile. His lips moved slightly and he mouthed, "Thank you." Then he turned his head and looked at the huge, dark, golden sword in his hand. He concentrated on controlling the boundless power and condensed it on the divine sword through the glazed treasure mirror. Turning his head, he saw that Ziyan and Feng Er's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Their teeth were tightly biting their red lips, and sweat unceasingly appeared on their bright and clean foreheads. That backlash was also very difficult for them to endure, but they stubbornly endured it. With a move of his mind, a golden array slowly descended from the void and landed at the feet of Yun Nuashing and the other 2. Suddenly, the frown on their pretty faces eased a little. They lifted Mei Mao and looked at him with a smile. The appearance of the 9th heaven, soul-concealing array, had suppressed the backlash on their bodies by a lot. Yun Nuashing smiled gently. He turned his head, and his soul power was magnified infinitely, allowing him to see the entire situation in the world of the 19th level. The army of gods, which was originally lacking in both quantity and quality, had now received the blessings of the 2 mythical beasts. Their momentum had soared like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. For a moment, they were on equal footing. Those elemental creatures were endless, and the army of gods seemed to have inexhaustible strength. He frowned slightly. When he saw the elemental creatures flying in the direction of Empress Jean and the rest, he couldn't help but have a thought. Then the black beasts and the army of ghosts that were guarding their original positions roared and split off. They rushed out of the black basin and radiated towards the entire 19th level, resisting those powerful elemental creatures. However, the other battlefields were trivial. The most important one was the battlefield in the distant horizon. That was the battlefield that would decide the fate of everyone here. Once Empress Jean and the rest failed to buy enough time, the array spirit would rush to the side of Yun Nuashing and the rest. This battle would be over, and everyone would be buried in the 19th level without exception. Even if Empress Jean and the rest managed to buy enough time, Yun Nuashing wouldn't be able to kill the array spirit in one blow. Then they might still be buried in this world. At this moment, in the most important battlefield, Empress Jean and the Golden Empress were working together. Terrifying energy was injected into the weapons in their hands, and powerful Shin skills were thrown everywhere as if they didn't cost anything. The battle was earth-shattering. Bang! 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 The energy storm that erupted in the sky swept out like the most dazzling fireworks. However, under the dazzling colors, there was enough energy to destroy the heavens and the earth. Even if an emperor of the underworld were to be sucked into it, he would only end up dying. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the sky. Countless energy exploded, and the space collapsed inch by inch. 8 figures stepped on the void and retreated. Empress Jean and the rest of the ladies fought until their hair was disheveled. Their hair danced wildly in the wind, and they looked like valkyries on the battlefield. They looked a little battered, but they were filled with a wild beauty. The robes of Leilang and the rest were torn. From the looks of it, the 8 of them didn't have much of an advantage over the array spirit. Roar, 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 roar. Violent roars came from the sky. The sound waves caused Empress Jean and the rest to cover their ears. The sky suddenly cracked open. Then, in the sky, the array spirit cupped his hands into fists. The huge fist, which was thousands of feet long, broke through the air with terrifying energy. In a flash, it appeared above Empress Jean and the rest, and the fist came down on them. Oh no! The speed of the huge orange-gold fist was terrifying. Before anyone could recover from the shock of the roar, it pressed down on them like a mountain and slapped the 8 of them violently. Finally, with a few loud bangs, they slammed into the ground like cannonballs, and the ground caved in a little. Boom! On the ground, the earth cracked, and a huge golden energy shield propped up half the sky. Empress Jean was holding a golden jade bottle in her hand. That bottle was the golden bottle of the Golden Temple. At the critical moment, she hurriedly raised the golden shield to resist the impact. Lei Lang and the rest roared and rushed to the sky. Empress Jean also put the golden bottle aside, waved her hand, and took the huge scythe that was shining with golden light. Her delicate body rushed out again, and finally floated in the air with the rest. Her face was a little solemn. She was indeed a god-level expert. The 8 of them had more than 10 eternal divine weapons, but it was still difficult to resist. The Empress ran her fingers through her messy hair and looked back. In the distant sky, a huge strange phenomenon was roaring in the sky. The terrifying energy storm had completely drowned the place. She could not see the human figure in it. She could only watch with a pair of May mouths solemnly as the energy was constantly brewing. It was like a ferocious beast. Little brother is working very hard. We can't fall behind. The Empress took a light breath and smiled. She could feel that the glazed treasure mirror was condensing energy to its limit. Hearing her words, the Golden Empress and the other 6 also turned their heads to look at that direction. Seeing the incomparably violent energy there, they were somewhat gratified. They looked at each other and then took a deep breath. Although they were in a very difficult situation under the means of the array spirit, fortunately they were not injured. Moreover, their task was only to stop it. The little fellow behind, who had transformed his body into the world and accepted the world as his own, was risking his life to condense a power that did not belong to his level. No matter what, they had to hold up a safe world for him. Fight! Hold on! This thought flashed through everyone's mind, and their faces gradually became solemn. The 8 of them floated in front of the array spirit. Their originally vast aura soared wildly with the help of the eternal divine weapons. Gold condensation! The Empress Jean shouted, and a strange syllable came out of her mouth. The gold element in heaven and earth surged towards her like a tide. Her charming body was dyed with a golden color at this moment, as if she was made of gold. This is the gold god body of the elemental body. In the distance, Yun Nuashing looked at the Empress Jin's transformation and was slightly stunned. His eyes flickered for a moment. He also tried to cultivate the elemental body, but his 9 elements divine technique was not proficient enough. He could not fully display the elemental body, and did not know that the elemental body could be displayed separately. In his soul sense, the gold element in the battlefield was no longer under his control. It surged into the Empress Jin's body like a tide. In that area, she was the only one who could control the gold element. The Empress and the rest looked at the Empress Jin's actions and took a deep breath. Their faces were solemn, and their hand seals changed rapidly. A few waves of vast energy that shook heaven and earth violently swept out from their bodies. At this time they had completely let go of their hands and feet and displayed all their strength. This old lady hasn't used her full strength for many years. Today, I'll slaughter you, this thing that is neither human nor ghost, and pave my path to becoming a god. The Empress Jean shouted. Unparalleled gold energy surged out from that slender and charming body of hers. A wave of energy that could change the color of heaven and earth continuously surged out. That energy was many times stronger than the Empress, who was also a late-stage god emperor. It was as if it could squeeze through the threshold. Che, I've already completed 40% of the 1,000-layered 100 transformations. Since that's the case, I can't show any weakness. Otherwise, little brother will laugh at me later. The Water Empress felt the aura of the Golden Empress, and her beautiful eyes narrowed. Then she curled her lips, clenched her hands, and let out a delicate cry. A tsunami-like energy tide suddenly appeared in the sky, and that energy tide was the color of colored glaze. Even her entire body seemed to have turned into colored glaze. Behind her, the shadow of a towering tree stood. Under the tree, there was a green lotus that was entwined by the tree's roots. That was the lotus tree. Nirvana divine art, great nirvana art. The moment the Empress's aura erupted, waves of annihilating aura came suppressing down from the sky. It was almost as strong as the Empress Jin's aura. Both of them looked at each other. Mei Mao's eyes were filled with arrogance, and she couldn't help but laugh. 35%. You're not bad either. The Empress Jin teased, causing the Empress to laugh and turn her head away. When the Empress erupted, Lei Lang and Lachine and the others gritted their teeth. They didn't dare to hold back. The energy in their body was crazily circulating, and their demonic forms were revealed. For a moment, this world was filled with violent winds, and many huge illusions appeared. Even the void was roaring crazily, and a huge spatial storm was formed. The 6 of them were all mid-stage demon emperors. They were still far from becoming high-level demon emperors. Naturally, they weren't as crazy as the Empress and the Empress, but the demonic aura that they condensed couldn't be underestimated. The 8 emperor gods finally let go of all their tricks at this moment and displayed their strongest power. Feeling the sudden surge of everyone's aura, the Array spirit also felt the danger. With an earth-shattering roar, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from its body like a tsunami. That terrifying power actually resisted the aura of the 8 of them together. Suddenly, streaks of terrifying starlight fell from the sky. It was as if they had condensed into a sea of stars. Tens of thousands of stars were in the sky. The strange phenomenon caused the Golden Queen and the others, as well as Yun Nuashing, to change their expressions. That was star art. Chapter 695. Yun Nuashing's expression changed drastically as he looked at the gathering stars in the sky. The star region that had gathered was many times larger than his, and the starlight that fell down was not something that his could compare to. If the power of the stars that his star art attracted was like a river, then the starlight that the Array spirit attracted was like a boundless ocean. Buzz! The starlight that suddenly appeared resonated with Yun Nuashing, causing his expression to change slightly. His energy became chaotic for a moment, but it was suppressed after a while. He did not panic too much, as the starlight did not affect him too much. However, it made him very puzzled. Why did the Array spirit know the star art too? Yun Nuashing thought of a possibility and turned his head. His colorful eyes stared at the gray-robed youth. Could it be the gray-robed youth who was looking at the great battle in the distance with a hint of sadness also felt his gaze? He turned his head and saw him staring at him. He could not help but laugh embarrassedly and said, "I do know the star art, so I was a little surprised when I saw that you knew it too. However, from my memory, I know that your star art is more complete. The star art that I have is only incomplete." The gray-robed youth smiled and spread his hands. Yun Nuashing's face darkened. Just as he was about to say something, his expression changed. He looked below the high platform and saw that there were some elemental creatures rushing over. The fire creature that was leading them was emitting the aura of the Emperor of the Underworld. What? She was shocked. She raised her head and turned her big eyes. The array of the black prison beasts was still there, and the Een soldiers were still coming out of the ground endlessly. However, the number of elemental creatures had suddenly become so large. The gods who were constantly rushing over could only barely resist despite having the blessings of the 2 mythical beasts. The elemental creatures had also increased in number to a certain extent. She turned back to look at the 9 gods' temple powerhouses who were busy dealing with the situation. Her expression turned grave. She turned back to look at Lin Sheng and the others. She could not help but grit her teeth and stomp her foot. Huge arrays appeared on the ground and enveloped the elemental creatures who were charging over fearlessly. Fire domain, open. Freeze! Her small hands formed a dazzling array of hand seals at lightning speed. Streams of energy poured into the array formation, and all kinds of tyrannical energy soared, completely sealing the stone platform. Violent energy surged out. Those elemental creatures knew neither pain nor fear. They plunged headfirst into the array formation. The elemental creatures at the level of the Emperor of the Underworld, who bore the brunt of the attack, were blasted into smithereens by all kinds of energy within a second. Those that followed behind were also blasted into smithereens. Looking at the endless army, she couldn't help but smack her lips. Her small hands quickly danced, and huge formations appeared as if they were free. They condensed and enveloped the high platform. Swish! Swish! While she was focused on defending a spot on the stone platform, a few figures suddenly charged in while resisting the power of dozens of arrays. This caused her to be slightly startled. She turned her head and saw a few elemental creatures suddenly rushing out. They were heading straight for Yun Nuashing, another emperor of the underworld level. Shi's small face changed slightly. She quickly waved her small hands and was about to mobilize the energy of the magic circle to get rid of those who had barged in. However, a roar came from the front, causing her to pause. She quickly turned her wine-red eyes and saw that there was a large group of elemental creatures emitting powerful energy attacking the magic circle. She had no choice but to use all her strength to deal with them. "Brother Nuwa, be careful!" Seeing this scene, Shi's pupils shrank. She could only shout in a low voice. Now, all the strong fighters were pinned down. On the stone platform, only the gray-robed youth, Lin Sheng, and the others were left. Although the Emperor of the Underworld elemental creatures that had barged in had been weakened countless times, they still had the power of a god fighter. Seeing the anxious look on Shi's small face, Lin Sheng's eyes flickered slightly. In just a moment, the 6 elemental creatures that had barged in had opened their ferocious mouths and were not far away from them. Their terrifying aura caused their expressions to turn grave. Right now, it seemed that only he could risk his life. Turning his gaze, he saw that Ding Mingyu and the others also had grave expressions. The borrowed power of the divine emperor in their bodies had also begun to surge. Lin Sheng was somewhat relieved. It seemed that everyone had made the same choice. Buzz! Just as their faces sank, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out from behind them, causing Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the rest to be startled. Before they could turn their heads, they saw a dozen weapons land in front of them. They flickered with dazzling starlight, and a terrifying energy spread out, causing their breathing to freeze slightly. Lin Sheng quickly turned his head and saw that Yun Nuashing's eyes were still closed. She did not even look behind her. However, this made them laugh bitterly. "Go ahead, we'll guard your back." Lin Sheng grinned. He clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. He reached out and grabbed a long sword and a large bell. As soon as his palm touched the long sword, the rich power of the stars surged into his body. Lin Sheng was shocked. The power of the stars seemed to have occupied his energy crystal without any explanation. That power was released all of a sudden, causing his aura to soar wildly. I have been raised to the level of a beginner god." Lin Sheng clenched his 10 fingers. A glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. The power flowing through his body made him want to roar. That powerful power seemed to be able to pluck the sun, moon, and stars with his bare hands. It fascinated him. Turning his gaze, Lin Sheng looked at the others. Chuan Mu and the others had also grabbed a divine weapon. Their faces were surging with a strong fighting spirit. Their auras were so powerful that it seemed that, like him, their strength had been forcibly raised to a terrifying level by Yun Nuashing's divine weapon. "Leave the one at the front to me." Lin Xing said as he twirled the long sword in his hand. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "Leave the one with the blue water elemental to me." Chuan Mu exhaled. He held a huge cauldron in his hand. Rolling earth elemental aura roared out from his body. Ding Minyu glanced at them with her beautiful eyes. Without thinking, she pulled out a long saber that contained the power of thunder. Then, she grabbed the long saber that was floating in front of her. Her delicate body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. Her swift and fierce appearance made Lin Xing and the others feel ashamed. They did not say anything and hurriedly rushed out to meet the 6 paths elemental creature that was rushing over. Lin Sheng laughed bitterly. He hurriedly said to the others, "Seniors, be careful too." There were a total of 6 elemental creatures, excluding Little Moon and Yu. The 6 of them had an equal share. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, his body moved. He directly appeared in front of the elemental creature that was covered in flames. The energy in his body surged. He clenched his fist. The long sword in his hand drew a silver light. He viciously slashed at the elemental creature with the fastest speed possible. Clang! Faced with this ferocious slash, the fire elemental creature raised its fiery eyes. It directly raised its palm and forcibly grabbed Lin Sheng's longsword. Flames exploded at the point of contact. Chi! Lin Sheng saw that his longsword had been blocked. He was not surprised. He let out a soft cry. Suddenly, the longsword that was blocked by the fire elemental creature emitted a fluorescent light. A terrifying power of stars surged. Immediately, an even sharper sword light flashed. The sword cut the elemental creature's palm in half. Lin Sheng looked at this scene in astonishment. Although he felt that he was now equivalent to a beginner god-level fighter, he still felt the threat of death from the fire elemental creature before he received the divine weapon. However, at this moment, he used the divine weapon to block this elemental creature that was comparable to a netherworld emperor fighter. The fire elemental creature did not feel pain. It did not care that its palm had been cut in half. The crimson flames on its body suddenly surged. The 2 halves of its palm suddenly expanded, turning into 2 ferocious giant hands full of sharp thorns. It slapped at Lin Sheng. Flames have no form and can change freely. However, this kind of change between illusion and reality is the proof of a god-level fighter. I wonder if the current me, Lin Sheng, was extremely wary of the fire elemental creature. Naturally, he could not let the 2 giant palms hit him. His body moved and dodged the 2 palms that were joined together. He appeared behind the elemental creature and grabbed the long sword with both hands. A green flame surged onto the long sword, and then he slashed it down fiercely. A green flame sword ray that had condensed into a solid substance surged out when the crescent sword ray landed. It finally slammed into the body of the fire elemental creature. The terrifying green sword ray carried a sharp sword aura and blasted the elemental creature until its body became slightly dimmer. However, this kind of damage was meaningless to an elemental creature that did not have any senses. The 2 giant flaming palms instantly retracted into its body. It turned around and launched a sharp counterattack at Lin Sheng. The elemental creature was equivalent to a genuine netherworld emperor fighter. Compared to Lin Sheng, who was a fake netherworld emperor fighter, it was naturally much stronger. It suppressed Lin Sheng until he was a little flustered. After being suppressed for a while, Lin Sheng began to adapt to this terrifying power. Soon after, he quickly stabilized his mind. With the help of the high-level divine artifact in his hand, he gradually gained the upper hand. Every time his sword fell, the elemental creatures' bodies would dim from the shock. Even their bodies were gradually shrinking. It was as if every wisp of flame was turning into the original fire element and dissipating in the world. While Lin Sheng was fighting with the fire elemental creature, Ding Mingyu, Jun Luoyi, and the rest were also using their divine weapons to kill. Although they were not true god-level fighters, the elemental creature did not have spiritual intelligence. It seemed that they were on par with each other. The two little girls, who they thought were the weakest, were playing with their divine weapons crazily. They tormented their opponents and reduced the pressure on them. In the 19 levels of the maze, the entire self-contained world was engulfed in an extremely tragic battle. The flames of war were flying everywhere, and the battlefield was constantly expanding. Every corner of the world was destroyed beyond recognition. Among them, the scariest and most tense battlefield was naturally the circle that covered a radius of 10,000 miles that no one dared to step into. Inside, the 8 Emperor God experts and the Array Spirit were locked in a fierce battle. After both sides unleashed their full strength, Yun Nuashing also threw the Array Spirit out. With the addition of the Array Spirit and the 8 Emperor Gods, the Array Spirit became increasingly irritable. Its eyes flashed with golden light as it looked at the Black Array Spirit of the same size. Its eyes flashed with rage. It seemed to know that this fellow with low spiritual intelligence was the most dangerous. However, it could not do anything about the 9 of them fighting against one. Their teamwork became more and more coordinated, making it difficult for it to deal with them. From time to time, it would be hit by the brilliant golden light and glazed light, causing its huge body to tremble uncontrollably. Yun Nuashing saw all these big and small battlefields, but he did not have the time to care about them. His star-like eyes became increasingly resplendent. The stars circling around the 3 of them seemed to have condensed into a vast galaxy. At this moment, he was only using his full strength to unleash the terrifying power that was constantly brewing. On Yun Nuashing's body, scarlet-pink phoenix wings and bluish-white fur grew with a whoosh. He could feel that his soul was constantly trembling. This brewing power, even if his soul was merged with Ziya's soul and was protected by Feng, and Little White Soul, was on the verge of collapse. It seemed that if he were to unleash this power, his soul would collapse. Cracks even appeared on his soul. This situation caused Yun Nuashing's expression to change. He did not expect the amplification of the glazed treasure mirror to be so powerful that even his soul could not withstand it. As his eyes flickered, a weak light suddenly lit up in a corner of his body. It was very weak, but it was very bright, as if it could illuminate the entire galaxy. It immediately entered his mind, and his soul that was on the verge of shattering gradually stabilized. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly looked at the light. The source of the light was an ancient, plain bronze lamp. The flame was transparent and silver-white. This lamp was the soul-suppressing lamp that Yun Nuashing found in the ruins of the Eastern Sea. Chapter 696. The soul-calming lamp was rumored to have been left behind by a deity who studied spiritual power. That ancient deity was extremely fanatical about spiritual power. The soul-calming lamp that he left behind had the power to suppress spiritual power. At this moment, the soul-calming lamp was protecting his tottering spiritual body so that it would not self-destruct when he unleashed his powerful energy. Yun Nuashing felt a warmth in his soul due to the flickering, silver-white flame that would never be extinguished. Ever since he put it away, he had never touched it again. The help that it gave him now allowed him to truly feel the power of this so-called soul-calming lamp. Even an ordinary rank 12 Eternal Divine weapon might not be comparable to it. Perhaps it could even be ranked on the so-called divine weapon ranking. I have neglected this thing. Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. He seemed to regret that he did not understand the use of this soul-calming lamp earlier. However, this emotion only lasted for a moment before it dissipated. The soul-calming lamp flickered as if to remind him that now was not the time to lament. Yun Nuashing smiled when he saw this reaction. Even a high-rank weapon had its own intelligence. In that case, wouldn't there be dozens of little creatures in his body? Yun Nuashing shook his head and shook off these thoughts. Then he took a deep breath. Since he had the soul-calming lamp, he could go all out without any scruples. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. The colorful patterns on his beautiful face flickered, crazily. Then, under his fair skin, several scarlet runes slowly appeared. A low shout also resounded in his heart. Soul burning technique, 72 times burn. Boom! The moment the low shout sounded, Yun Nuashing's soul suddenly trembled. However, it was calmed down by the soul calming lamp in an instant. The sea of spiritual power that was transformed from a divine level soul was slowly evaporating under Yun Nuashing's observation. The sea level continued to drop. He had increased the burning speed by 2 times. The power also surged out several times, causing the light of the divine sword to be tainted with a scarlet color. However, just as his sea of spiritual power was rapidly evaporating, for spiritual powers also surged out. The 3 spiritual powers were pale purple, crimson pink, moon white, and silver blue. They were the spiritual powers of Zi, Feng, Little White, and Lanchiner. They also felt that Yun Nuashing was going all out at this moment, so they contributed their strength endlessly. Yun Nuashing could not help but smile. Bang! Boom! Yun Nuashing's gaze suddenly turned towards the huge circle. At this moment, the array spirit was besieged by 8 emperor gods and a demigod master array puppet. It seemed to be in a difficult situation, especially the array puppet. It was able to use the array according to the timing to strengthen Empress Jean and the others and weaken the array spirit. The array spirit was also injured in this round of battle. Its extremely fast regeneration speed was actually slowing down. Roar! Just when the crowd saw that it was a little tired, the array spirit suddenly opened its ferocious mouth and roared into the sky. This caused Yun Nuashing and the gray-clothed youth's expressions to change drastically. Their gazes suddenly turned to this world, only to see that in this self-made world, there were suddenly streaks of azure blue and golden light shooting up into the sky. The streaks of light intertwined into a dazzling sea of light, causing the crowd to be shocked. They hurriedly repelled their opponents and covered their eyes. After a while, the sea of light weakened, and the crowd suddenly opened their eyes. Then they saw a huge array appearing in the middle of this world, overlapping and covering the entire self-made world. The energy that permeated the air caused everyone to be stunned. Following that, they could not suppress their fear. When the saturated energy gathered together, it was enough to bury a large number of emperor gods. Retreat quickly. That is the main carrier of the array that encompasses the entire maze world. When the gray-clothed youth saw this scene, his pupils shrank slightly. He hurriedly shouted at the people in this world, his voice sounding a little hurried. That is the array group that is used to deal with the god-level experts. Hearing the gray-clothed youth's words, everyone was shocked. To deal with the array group of god-level experts, they were afraid that if they touched it a little, they would be crushed into ashes. That kind of power really had the ability to destroy the Milky Way. Just as the gray-clothed youth's voice fell, the experts suddenly slapped the enemies in front of them and rushed toward the edge of the array. Although these array groups encompassed the entire world, the farther they were from the center, the weaker their power would be. This was what Mu Yong suspected. Just as Empress Jean and the rest were retreating, the array spirit's hands joined together in front of countless horrified gazes. Then it slowly formed a hand seal. Then the array groups began to operate at a terrifying speed. Countless streams of energy condensed together. Then everyone saw a drop of black liquid, like a condensed Milky Way, dripping down from the sky. In an instant, it dripped into the center of the array group. An indescribably terrifying energy storm swept across the entire world at an extremely frightening speed. The entire land crumbled, and fragments flew out. It was as though a planet had exploded. Even the space and time barrier had been blasted apart, and the brilliant purple crystal barrier was sparkling and dazzling. Terrifying energy swept out in a circle of energy that encompassed a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Destructive roars like annihilation rang out continuously. The terrifying sound waves were like meteorites crashing into the earth, stars collapsing, thunder exploding, and volcanoes erupting. In the brilliant white light, everyone widened their eyes and could only see the ground crumbling and shattering at an observable speed. A huge continent was torn into hundreds and thousands of fragments, and the number of fragments was still increasing. Poof! Some unlucky fellows who were too slow to escape were only slightly touched by the berserk energy. Even their spirits exploded, and their entire bodies disappeared. Even the endless elemental army was completely annihilated by the shock waves. There was almost nothing in the energy circle that covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Only the shadows of 2 huge divine beasts could be seen near the edge of the circle. There was also a silver-blue energy shield that was frantically resisting the energy. Yun Nuoxing and the others who were within the circle squinted their eyes in shock. They could only see a patch of white. Bang, bang! Black shadows fell out of the bright, white world. Yun Nuoxing was shocked. He quickly retracted his 6 wings and let go of the divine sword. The golden chains burst out and caught the few figures. He even opened his chest to catch the person who was charging at him from the front. However, he had obviously underestimated the remaining force. When he caught the few people, he was also almost sent flying out of the energy barrier by the huge force. His chest felt stuffy, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Just as he caught those people, a huge black figure fell from the sky and landed heavily on the black basin, causing the fragment of the continent to shake 3 times. Everyone hurriedly turned their gazes and saw that the huge array puppet was now shattered. Many cracks had opened up on its surface, and its huge body was constantly emitting white smoke. It seemed to be on the verge of being scrapped. The dazzling whiteness lasted for a minute before it dissipated, and the sky once again became clear. Those who were lucky enough to survive stared blankly at the continent that had been shattered into thousands of pieces. None of them had expected that the array spirit would have such a trick up its sleeves in the cloudless sky. Yun Nuoxing and the rest stared blankly at the fragments of the continent floating around them. The black figures that had just been thrown out were Empress Jean and the others. However, the latter and the others were covered in blood. Their robes were tattered, and their eternal divine weapons were thrown to the side. Clearly, they were the closest to the center of the explosion. Although they had luckily survived by relying on their eternal divine weapons, they had still made a trip to the gates of hell. Elder Sister Liuli, Elder Sister Jean. Yun Nuoxing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lowered his head to look at the Empress, who he had caught. When he saw that the latter was still breathing and was covered in blood, his heart skipped a beat. He could not help but bite his lips. He was the one who had involved them. They should not have ended up like this. Not far away, the experts of the 9 divine temples in Feng were urgently checking on the injuries of Empress Jean and the others. Empress Jean was the strongest among them, but at this moment, she was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Lei Lang and Lixin and the other demon emperors could not even maintain their human forms and had reverted back to their demon forms. As for the Silver Snake demon emperor, his snake tail was blown off. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and his blood covered the ground. Even the array puppet was smashed into pieces by the impact of the energy. How could they be any better? Looking at the miserable state of the several god emperors, Yun Nuoxing's beautiful face was slightly distorted. If he had gathered his strength a little faster, would this not have happened? Or if he had not interfered with this matter, if he had not coveted the time sand sword, would all of this not have happened? She gently caressed the Empress's wrist with her fair palm. After sensing the extremely serious injury on her wrist, the self-blame in her eyes rose to the extreme. With such a serious injury, if they were not careful, they might just die here. Now was not the time to think. Yun Nuoxing shook his head violently. It was useless to blame himself now. The most important thing now was to save people. Yun Nuoxing wiped his palm across the 2 rings. Without any hesitation, he took out 2 golden bottles and poured out elixirs that contained a strong elixir fragrance. On the elixirs, there were 9 colored patterns that depicted dragons and phoenixes. One could even hear the cries of the dragons and phoenixes. The rolling spiritual energy made everyone turn their eyes in surprise. Yun Nuashing did not even look and directly stuffed the elixirs into the mouths of the Empress and the others. He did not care how precious these elixirs were. He only knew that these elixirs could save people. As the elixirs that contained the spiritual energy of the dragons and phoenixes entered the bodies of the Empress and the others, the cries of the dragons and phoenixes rang out. Everyone could almost see the spirits of the dragons and phoenixes emerging from their bodies. An extremely strong aura of life gushed out like a boundless sea. When the spirits of the dragons and phoenixes appeared, everyone was stunned. At this moment, they were pushed back by the strong aura of life. The aura of life condensed into a gentle green storm that roared and surged within the bodies of the Empress, as if it would not allow them to die. Everyone stared anxiously. When they saw the rapid breathing of the Empress and the others gradually calming down, the hideous wounds on their bodies slowly closing up, and the chaotic aura gradually returning to normal, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like they had stabilized. The experts from the 9 deity temple checked and saw that the Empress and the others had fallen asleep. They also heaved a sigh of relief. These were all Emperor gods, the top fighting force of the 9 deity temple. Losing one of them was like losing a piece of flesh. Fortunately, the elixirs of the young master seemed to have worked. Where is the young master? Thinking of this, everyone turned their gazes. Xian and the others were also stunned and hurriedly turned their heads. They saw the young master disappear after taking out the elixirs. A moment later, they saw him at the edge of the stone platform. At this moment, the young master was holding a huge sword tightly. His eyes were blood red, and a surging elemental storm was blowing around him. The violent energy seemed to represent his state of mind. His hand suddenly grabbed the silver-white necklace in his bosom and took the ice-blue scepter from the necklace. He suddenly raised the scepter, which was only the size of a thumb, in a few breaths, slowly enlarged until it was 2 meters long. The divine inscriptions on the icy blue scepter flashed at a high frequency, as if it had sensed his state of mind. An aura that could shake heaven and earth slowly spread out from the scepter. The blue gem at the top of the scepter became brighter, as if it had been activated. When the icy blue scepter appeared, everyone was shocked to feel that their energy had completely lost connection with the power of heaven and earth. A supreme aura descended from the sky, suppressing them invisibly. Even Lin Sheng and the others felt that the weapons in their hands were trembling violently. It was as if they had encountered an unstoppable pressure. It was as if the will of heaven and earth was in Yun Nuashing's words. This was the power of the divine right. Chapter 697. The icy blue scepter glowed brilliantly and formed a halo that enveloped the entire black basin. At the same time, there was a strange and indescribable power that was released. Even Emperor God experts would find it hard to sense the spread of this power. However, there was a willpower that they had no choice but to obey that was slowly being born in their hearts. The source of the willpower seemed to be themselves. Yun Nuashing's brilliant eyes lowered his head to look at the scepter. His eyelids drooped slightly. Ning Qianxua had said that this scepter was the key to opening the ruined temple in the southern plains. She had also told him that this was her godhead weapon, and it had the power of her godly right. He did not know what the so-called power of godly right looked like, but he had felt it before. It was a power that made the heavens and the earth, and made all the Daos in the heavens submit to it. It was like a supreme ruler, and that power could command the heavens and the earth. At first, he did not want to use this power. Even if Ning Qianxua did not say it, he could guess that as a mortal, using the power of a god recklessly was courting death. Even if he had the divine body of a receiver spirit, he could not do that. That was not a power that mortals could touch. That power belonged to the realm of the gods, the realm of the gods. But now, Yun Nuashing did not care so much. He did not want to care so much. He only knew that he had to destroy the huge array spirit in front of him. He had to destroy it by all means. If the Nethervoid sword did not work, then he would use the Linghong sword. If 2 divine weapons were not enough, then he would use the eternal divine weapon. Even if he had to tear the seal of the swirling zither in the end, he would destroy this damn thing. The array spirit in the distant horizon seemed to feel something. Its huge eyes suddenly stopped on Yun Nuashing's hand. It seemed to feel the threat from the icy blue scepter. Roar! The array spirit roared. That loud roar was mixed with rage. Yun Nuashing's indifferent eyes had caused it to be incomparably furious. Even though it was not an ordinary life form, even though it was only an array spirit, it still possessed its own intelligence. To it, the former was merely an ant-like existence. Yet, at this moment, this ant actually used such a gaze to look at it. After his roar, the spirit arrays in this world went berserk once again. However, what shocked him was that when he planned to mobilize the power of the spirit arrays again, the tens of thousands of huge spirit arrays began to crumble. The largest spirit arrays rapidly dimmed and collapsed. It was as if they had used up all their energy and could no longer support a second attack. Roar, roar, roar! The array spirit roared crazily. Wherever the sound waves passed, the fragments of the continents were blown to pieces. The group of people who were lucky enough to survive all turned pale and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Their expressions became dispirited and horrified. They did not expect that the array spirit could still affect them even though it was so far away. The array spirit's roar turned into a hurricane that swept out. Then, its huge body stepped on the fragments of the continents and rushed toward Yun Nuashing's stone platform. Every time its huge feet stepped on a fragment, it would cause it to explode. Feng Er and the others' expressions changed when they saw the array spirit rushing toward them directly. Just as they were about to help Yun Nuashing, the gray-clothed youth stretched out his arm and stopped them. Feng Er and the others, including Mei Mao, stood up and looked at the gray-clothed youth in puzzlement. Obviously, they did not know what he meant. Seeing the expressions of the girls, the gray-clothed youth sighed and shook his head. Looking at Yun Nuashing's posture, he said helplessly, "Little brother Xing, he's just a violent warrior now." He activated the scepter with the intention of destroying everything in his path. He might be able to survive with the protection of his many treasures. However, if you go to help him, even if you are a divine beast, you will be killed by the power of the realm of divinity. Zian and the others were stunned. Mei Mao turned around and looked at Yun Nuashing's 6-foot-long, colorful hair. Around him, the icy blue energy froze the air. If they could share some of the recoil for him just now, then they had completely become outsiders and could no longer join in. Even Feng Er, who had the protection of the godhead, looked at Yun Nuashing with a solemn expression. She had no doubt that even an emperor god would be frozen into an icicle if he walked in. Feng Er also nodded with a solemn expression. Her jade-like hand held Zi Yan's ice-cold hand, and she shook her head at her. If they were to go now, they would instead become a burden to Yun Nua planet and would not be of any help. They had already helped as much as they could. Now it was up to him. Zi Yan also knew what she was thinking. She bit her red lips and looked at Yun Nuashing with her beautiful eyes. In the end, she could only nod her head unwillingly. Once again, he had to shoulder everything alone. In the end, they didn't know if they could help him. Yun Nuashing's eyes, which were filled with tyrannical emotions, stared intently at the formation spirit that was running over on the fragments of the continent. His right hand, which was holding the scepter, fiercely stabbed it into the ground. He raised the huge sword with both hands, and a surging ice-blue aura surged out from the scepter like a tide. After which it poured into the divine sword, causing the latter's dark golden color to be dyed with an azure blue color, as though it had been frozen. Even the divine runes had become ice blue and transparent. Hiss! At the same time, Yun Nuashing also sensed it. When he mobilized the power within the scepter, he felt a power that was enough to freeze the world curl around his body, causing him to fiercely suck in a breath of cold air. His tyrannical eyes became a little calmer. This power is enough to freeze the void. Yun Nuashing fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. The blue-white hair on his hands curled up. The icy wind that whistled past him caused him to feel a piercing pain in his bones. Roar, roar! Sensing the increasingly terrifying power, the huge array spirit suddenly let out an angry roar. Then a terrifying shockwave suddenly exploded without any warning and fiercely hit the energy barrier of the black basin. Buzz, buzz! The array spirit's crazy attack caused the swirling zither to hum rapidly. Little White and Feng Air also softly groaned. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their expressions became a little dispirited at this moment. Even though they had some divine spark power, they were ultimately only initial divine level experts. The former was a genuine later divine level expert. Even with the help of the swirling zither, they were unable to continue for long, seeming to have heard Feng Air and Little White's groans. Yun Nuashing's eyes, which had regained some clarity due to the coldness, once again surged with tyranny. A crazy roar that did not sound like a human's swept out from his mouth like a shockwave. The divine sword that he had compressed time and time again to a critical point also let out a crazy buzzing sound at this moment. He raised the divine sword high above his head with both hands and suddenly slashed down. Buzz! The dark, golden sword glow, which was millions of feet long, was like a perfect crescent moon as it swept out. Numerous, indescribably terrifying energy fluctuations gushed out like a volcanic eruption, carrying a wild power that could split the entire world. It swept out at a speed that far exceeded the speed of light. In just an instant, it had expanded to millions of miles in size, completely freezing the space along the way. Even the void was frozen. Under countless horrified gazes, it rushed in front of the array spirit. The faces of countless people were shocked as they stared at the sword glow that rushed out like a raging dragon. Even though the sword glow was not aimed at them, they still felt completely disheartened. The sword glow that froze the empty space seemed to have the power to split open the entire world. As long as a little of its energy leaked out, it would be able to turn half of the Taiyuan region into hell. The roaring array spirit widened its eyes as a deadly threat rose from its heart. Its running figure paused for a moment before it turned around and fled in the direction of the oracle crystal pillar. However, the moment the array spirit's body turned around, the crescent moon that froze the void, like a sword of judgment, crashed into its back with an unstoppable momentum. In the distant horizon, all colors seemed to have faded away. There was a bright light, like the brightest starlight in the night sky, constantly flashing in this black world with a rhythm like that of a beating heart. The scene froze at this moment. Yun Nuashing, who was brandishing his sword and roaring ferociously, the terrified crowd fleeing, the array spirit that had turned around and fled, the shattered continent, and the fragments that streaked across the horizon like meteorites. It was as if all of these had condensed into a picture. Thump! A long while later, there seemed to be the sound of a heartbeat. The frozen scene began to move. It was an extremely brilliant energy spark that was blooming. A huge energy storm that spanned millions of miles shot straight to the horizon. The violent freezing energy froze the void and the sky into pieces and was swept into the energy storm. Then, like a comet, it was thrown out by the violent energy storm. Even the star region was swept into the energy storm and became distorted. Thousands of stars fell from the sky like the comet. Everyone present seemed to be watching the fireworks that opened the sky. Bang! Boom! After a while, a violent explosion that sounded like the beginning of the world swept out. The moment it swept out, it was as if they could hear the destruction of stars and the violent sounds of planets colliding. It caused everyone's faces to turn pale and their ears to bleed from the violent sound. The collapsed sky and the void were frozen. Pieces of ice were dug up by the energy storm, and the space-time barrier was shattered by this violent energy. The huge energy tornado dyed the world a brilliant white. The mysterious color of the amethyst-like barrier that stood in the sky almost blinded everyone's eyes. It was as if they were watching the explosion of all the stars in the sky, blinding everyone's eyes. No one knew how long the energy storm lasted. Everyone who was watching this grand opening ceremony was robbed of their vision and hearing halfway through. The terrifying energy shock wave caused all the survivors to be thrown off their feet, and all the fragments of the continent were destroyed. Under that destructive force, even the oracle crystal pillar and the black basin melted silently. Yun Nuashing also felt his vision turn black the moment he swung his sword. It was as if his soul had been thrown out. The black basin melted rapidly, and when the feeling of weightlessness hit him, the last thing he felt was that two pairs of soft hands hurriedly grabbed his out-of-control body. Perhaps it was because they were the closest to the sword that could split the heavens and earth. But Lin Sheng and the others were jolted by an inexplicable energy in that instant. What followed was a chaotic feeling, as if they had been sucked into a spatial whirlpool, or as if they were falling rapidly. The jolting made him not dare to open his eyes. He could only hold on tightly to the long sword in his hand. Even his consciousness was weakening in this chaotic situation. Chapter 698. This was an emerald green grassland. A gentle breeze rolled up emerald green waves on the grass, slowly sweeping into the distance. On the green grassland, there was a huge, long shadow that covered an area that stretched as far as the eye could see. In mid-air, a group of figures suddenly appeared. These people were either clustered together in twos and threes or curled up into a ball. The biggest similarity between these figures was that they all had very obvious wounds on their bodies. They looked as if they had been thrown out of a battlefield. Buzz. In the sky, another large group of figures were thrown down from the sky. These figures seemed to have lost their consciousness as they fell to the ground motionlessly. In just a few moments, the originally tranquil and pleasant grassland seemed to have turned into a purgatory filled with corpses. If not for the fact that these people who were thrown out were still breathing, people would have thought that they were corpses. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps because his tightly shut eyes were stimulated by the warm sun, or perhaps because of the pain from the fall, the young man in black struggled to move his body. He felt weak all over. His hair was still tied up by a blue hairband, but the long black hair at the back of his head was spread out. His disheveled appearance was very embarrassing. "Where is this?" The young man propped himself up. His black eyes were still a little dazed as he looked around. He could not remember what had happened before he fainted. His head was like a ball of paste. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. Lin Sheng patted the grass off his face and struggled to stand up. The soreness all over his body made him suck in a breath of cold air. He could not help but murmur, "I just had a dream. I fell from a few thousand meters and almost died. Why does my body feel like it's falling apart when I wake up?" Lin Sheng smiled bitterly and rubbed his twisted waist. He looked around and saw Chuan Mu and the others, as well as Yun Nuashing and the others, lying on the grass. He could not help but be stunned. He quickly ran over, but before he could get close, he saw the latter and the others struggling to wake up from the ground. They looked at the sky in confusion, and the huge object that occupied their line of sight, the crystal pillar? Are we still in that world? Wasn't it shattered? Lin Kuei said weakly as he rolled his eyes and looked at the huge black object casting a huge shadow on the grass. When Lin Sheng heard this, he turned his head and looked at the horizon. He saw that thing as soon as he woke up, but he did not know what it was. In the boundless grassland, there was a huge lake. Although it was called a lake, it was more appropriate to call it an ocean. In the center of the ocean, there was a huge black pillar that gave off a metallic luster under the sunlight. Wisps of ancient aura came from the distant horizon. Lin Sheng and the others slowly raised their heads. They looked from bottom to top until their line of sight was perpendicular to the ground. They still could not see the top of the huge iron tower. It seemed to be even bigger than the oracle crystal pillar they had just seen. It had an ancient aura, as if it had been passed down from ancient times. Ding Mingyu and Jun Luo slowly woke up as well. When they saw the huge black metal pillar, Mei Mao was also a little surprised. I can feel that there are many ancient and powerful magic circles operating in that pillar. Is this the biggest secret of the realm of the gods that the owner of the maze mentioned? Lin Sheng said slowly. This is the pillar of creation, passed down from ancient times. Back then, I came across this thing by accident. It may contain the most ancient secret of the realm of the gods. At this moment, a faint laughter was transmitted from behind, causing Lin Sheng and the rest to hurriedly turn their heads. Soon after, they saw the gray-clothed youth with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the enormous black pillar that was as tall as the sky and smiled. When Lin Sheng and the others heard the content, their eyes flickered slightly. A long time ago, that was a very long time ago. To them, an era was very long. They could even see the world change between the beginning and the end of an era. It has been passed down from ancient times. It is the most complete relic of the realm of the gods. After the gray-robed youth finished speaking, another faint voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw the Golden Princess and the others sitting up on the grass, shaking their heads. When they saw the pillar of creation, the latter could not help but sigh. You know it quite well. The gray-robed youth looked at the Golden Princess, who was slowly standing up, and smiled. In the 9 sacred temples, each temple is in charge of a broken pillar. Do you think we don't know it well? The Golden Princess rolled her eyes and glared at the gray-robed youth. Senior, are you all okay? Lin Sheng cupped his hands at the Golden Princess and asked carefully. They had just seen the latter's miserable state. They did not expect her to recover so quickly. As for this so-called pillar of creation, although he was very curious, he did not ask too much. This was not a secret that he could take the initiative to ask about. Fortunately, we are not dead. The Golden Princess rubbed her dizzy head and sighed. Mei Mao looked at the pillar of creation and said softly, However, it seems that this pillar of creation has not been maintained for a long time. The seal of the light element is slowly peeling off. It needs to be repaired. Now that you mention it, I'm reminded of a secret. The 9 Shrine, the oldest guardian force in the divine world, is secretly guarding something. Don't tell me it's this. The gray-robed young man said as he looked at the Golden Queen with a faint smile. Indeed, this pillar of creation is related to the existence of the realm of the gods. If the pillar of creation is out of control, it may affect the existence of the 8 elements realm. The Golden Princess was not interested. She played with a strand of her hair and nodded casually. However, after so many years of research, we have not discovered the use of this pillar of creation. We only know that it is related to the existence of the realm of the gods. Other than that, there are no other research results. The Golden Princess sighed again. The Empress wasn't concerned about this at all. She looked around with her beautiful eyes, searched for a while, and seemed to have discovered something. Then, she hurriedly ran across the grassland. The Golden Empress was stunned when she saw the Empress's appearance. Then, she secretly cursed under her breath, swung her long golden hair, and hurriedly chased after the Empress. Lin Sheng and the rest also followed behind with a confused look. Not far away from the crowd, Yun Nuashing was lying on the grass, looking at the sky indifferently. His snow-white long hair looked very dazzling, and his left eye was still very empty, not as bright and shiny as his right eye. His whole body seemed to be falling apart, and he didn't want to move at all. Occasionally, he would turn his head and look at Ziyan and Feng, or lying unconscious on his left and right sides. He couldn't help but smile and his expression was extremely gentle and soft. However, when she opened her mouth to speak, she was slightly startled. This was because no matter how hard she tried, she could not make a single sound. She immediately frowned. Her palm gently squeezed the silver-white pendant around her neck. Yun Nuashing sighed and could not help but say in her heart, "A mortal will have to pay a price for forcefully using the power of the realm of the gods." "I did not expect it to be like this." Yun Nuashing sat up in distress and scratched his head. He was afraid that he would not be able to speak for a period of time. Even his left eye was blind. "Little brother, are you okay?" His head was gently stroked by a soft little hand. Then he felt that he was slowly being hugged. That little hand gently stroked his head, making him feel very comfortable. In fact, he liked being stroked like this. Of course, it also depended on who was stroking his head. However, he was glad that he could still hear what others were saying. Otherwise, he would have to start learning to speak in sign language from now on. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. Only Sister Liuli would use this form of address. Sister Jean and the others all called him Little Star. It seemed like they had also recovered. Yun Nuashing habitually opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say anything. He helplessly knitted his brows. Then with a thought, he used his soul to send a sound transmission. "Sister Luli, you guys are the ones who have suffered such heavy injuries. Why don't you rest more?" The Empress was slightly taken aback. Mei Mao lowered her head and glanced at him. She was very curious as to why he transmitted his voice instead of saying it aloud. However, she did not think much about it. She gently nodded and said in a gentle voice, "Thank you for the elixir." After saying that, she could not help but sigh. Only they themselves knew that they had suffered serious injuries during the explosion of energy. It would have been normal if they had died on the spot. However, an extremely domineering vitality had taken over their bodies and forcibly pulled them back from the netherworld. After waking up, they did not need to think much to know that it was Yun Nuashing who had saved them. She had already experienced this once before, so she was not surprised. "Sister Lili, this happened because of me. If I didn't call you," hearing this, Yun Nuashing's expression became slightly gloomy. His only bright eye also dimmed a little. Even though he saw that they were all fine, he still felt very guilty. "What are you thinking about? We came to help willingly. If we want to gain something, we have to pay a price. However, we did not expect such a thing to happen." Empress Jean, who had just walked over, saw his gloomy little face and seemed to know what he was thinking. She sighed, stretched out her slender finger, and gently tapped the star pearl in between his eyebrows. He was slightly stunned. Then he heard the former continue, "Your safety is more important than anything else." After hearing this, Yun Nuashing's pretty face turned slightly red. He could not help but lower his head. Seeing this, the Empress and Empress Jean could not help but laugh. This little guy even knew how to be shy. "Brother Nua, your eye?" She also walked in front of him and looked down at him. When she saw his lifeless left eye, she could not help but be stunned. She directly held his face with her two small hands and looked at him seriously for a while. Then she knitted her slender eyebrows and could not figure out what was going on. Yun Nuashing shrugged, helplessly. With a thought, the purple night flame bloomed in the void and slowly condensed into a line of words. "I forcefully used the power of the gods with my mortal body and suffered a backlash. I reckon that you won't be able to hear my voice for a period of time. By the way, my left eye is also blind." "Ah." The young man in gray, Lin Sheng, and the rest who had just walked over, happened to see this line of words. They could not help but be stunned. All of them looked at Yun Nuashing with a serious expression. The latter also slowly turned around. Her bright and dark eyes indeed made everyone's hearts palpitate. "Are you sure you are fine for the time being? If you lie to us, we will spank you when we get back." Yishu knitted her willowy eyebrows and said worriedly, "I am speechless and blind in one eye. Do you think I am fine?" Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and reached out to hug Yi Shi. She kissed her delicate little face. When her little face turned red, she lowered her head and muttered something. Then she smiled and used the flame to carve words in the air. It is fine. It is only for a period of time. It is not permanent, probably. When he saw Little Moon and Little Moon's worried faces, he could not help but smile. He reached out to rub their hair as a silent comfort. However, when everyone saw his snow-white hair, they did not quite believe him. Speaking of which, where is my time sand sword? A moment later, another line of words lit up in the void. The content of the words was clearly directed at the young man in gray. How would I know? The sword hilt is with you. Can't you sense it yourself? The young man in gray rolled his eyes and glared at Yun Nuashing. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing smiled embarrassedly. She held Yi Shi with her left hand and flipped her right hand. She took out the dark yellow sword hilt and raised it high into the sky. Then she sensed for a moment. A moment later, she felt a similar wave coming from afar. Splash. When the wave came from the horizon, there was the sound of water splashing. A dark yellow light shot into the sky and rushed to their side in a few breaths' time. When they looked at it, they saw that it was a golden sword. The mysterious patterns on it flickered with a strange light, as if sand was falling from it. When the time sand sword flew to her side, Yun Nuashing also felt many gazes. She could not help but turn her head. She saw many people looking at her from afar. Many of them had survived the explosion. Many of them knew about the auction. Although they were a little nervous, no one acted rashly. Not to mention that no one knew her. There were 8 genuine emperor gods present. Yun Nuashing frowned, but she was not worried. She casually put away the sword hilt and sword hilt. Empress Jean also felt those gazes. Mei Mao raised her head and glanced at those people, causing them to shiver violently. They quickly turned their gazes away with a dry smile. They even slowly put away the thoughts in their minds. Trying to snatch something from the mouth of the 9 divine temple was harder than ascending to the heavens. The Golden Empress snorted softly. This was something that they had almost exchanged their lives for. In the end, they had even made the Yun Nua planet use the forbidden power to obtain it. Not to mention this group of motley crew. Even if other transcendental forces came, they would not be able to get a share of it. Mei Mao then glanced at the golden sword hilt. With Empress Jin's eyesight, she naturally recognized what it was. She could not help but sigh. The divine sword that was ranked 4th in the divine sword record had fallen into Yun Nuashing's hands. No wonder she called for their help. Such a divine object was indeed valuable, but the price to pay was also very tragic. "Little star, lend me the divine light mirror," Empress Jean said softly as she patted Yun Nuashing's head. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing also subconsciously glanced at the pillar of creation. She nodded, waved her hand, and the bronze mirror appeared in her hand. She handed it to Empress Jean. Empress Jean took it, nodded, and rushed toward the pillar of creation with the divine light mirror in her arms. She knew that Empress Jean was going to repair the light element seal inside. Now that the rules of heaven and earth have changed, the light element has become thinner, and there are only a few light element possessors. Among the younger generation, the only light element possessors are me and Yao Hua. The latter is the son of God of the Light Temple, known as the Son of Light. Well, he is often beaten up by me. Yun Nuashing casually wrote a sentence in the void. Lin Shang and the others who saw it could not help but smile bitterly. 9 Deity Temple is one of the guardian forces of the realm of the gods. It is also the oldest guardian force. We are also responsible for the maintenance of the pillar of creation. This is the second pillar that I have participated in repairing. Yun Nuashing wrote again. The first pillar was also the first time he saw the pillar of creation. It was when he was in the Fire Cloud Palace, where he obtained the divine light mirror. The palace master there used it to repair the light element seal. although it was not my turn to do it. After writing a paragraph, Yun Nuashing could not help but shrug. Lin Sheng and the others were speechless. Wasn't he participating in it? Why was it not his turn to do it? Junior, are you really the god of the 9-deity temple? At that moment, Chuan Mu could not help but ask. Even though he had seen Yun Nuashing's posture and strength, he still found it hard to believe. The status of the 9-deity temple was too high. It was precisely because it was too high that he did not dare to believe it. The identity of the young hall master has not been announced to the public yet. The great elder and the others have their own considerations. However, the young hall master is the young hall master. There is no need for you to doubt this. At that moment, the 9-deity temple expert, who had been standing behind them, said with a faint smile. When Lin Sheng and Ding Mingyu heard this, their bitter smiles became even more pronounced. This was really impressive. The person they knew in the academy was the future hall master of the 9-deity temple. They felt like they could brag about it for hundreds of years. Yun Nuashing shrugged and wrote again, "Well, be more natural. I am who I should be. I don't like to treat people with my identity, except for some people who deserve a beating." When they heard this, Lin Sheng and the others nodded. They did not treat Yun Nuashing as an unattainable person. They all got along as friends, especially when they exchanged secrets with each other. The gray-robed young man smiled faintly when he saw that everyone was chatting casually. Then he raised his head and looked at the bright sky. He sighed with melancholy. When Yun Nuashing heard the sigh, he turned his head and saw that the gray-robed young man's body had become somewhat transparent. He could not help but narrow his eyes. Even the sunlight could pass through his body. "Senior." Yun Nuashing wrote 2 words and cupped his hands. The gray-robed young man smiled and looked at his transparent palm. He said, "The cycle of life and death is endless. It seems like it's time for me to step into the cycle of reincarnation. After all, my waiting for several eras was not in vain. Through your memories, I also know the current situation. The demon race and the monster race are about to appear again. This era will not be peaceful. Whether it's the demon race, the monster race, or the people of the God realm, there has never been a true peak level battle. This is because when it comes to that, it will be the moment when the survival of the 3 races is at stake. However, I have a feeling that perhaps this time there will be a true great battle." The gray-robed young man sighed softly and looked deeply at Yun Nuashing. He smiled and said, "Because they have a reason to attack." When Yun Nuashing saw his gaze, he could not help but be stunned. He pondered for a moment and frowned. He wrote in the air, "Spiritual divine body." The gray-robed young man smiled and nodded. He said, "Moreover, the time of appearance is the beginning of the 139th era. It's the end of this era. I think it's also a kind of meaning. In the next 10 years, the demon world will reign supreme. The God realm will not be peaceful. When they arrive this time, there will be a great battle that will destroy the entire God realm. When the time comes, the survival of the God realm will depend on you." The gray-robed young man sighed and said, "Especially you. You may be the fuse. You must be careful because the forces involved are too strong. Not to mention the 9 divine temples, the Qin family, and the Shuexian sect are also related to you. Once the energy you contain is activated, even the demon world will be wary of you." Yun Nuashing was silent. He nodded and wrote, "I will try my best." Then, "The future will depend on you." The gray-robed young man sighed and warned them again. His deep eyes looked gently at Yun Nuashing and then at Lin Sheng and the others. Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, Chuan Mu, and the others nodded. Yun Nuashing hesitated for a moment, then sighed and nodded. The gray-robed young man smiled when he saw this. He did not say anything else and closed his eyes. His transparent body became more and more transparent. In the end, he slowly turned into countless brilliant starlight and drifted away. He drifted into the star region and completely disappeared into the horizon. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at the gray-robed young man slowly disappearing. They were speechless for a long time. The atmosphere was a little tense. The experts of the 9 divine temples behind Yun Nuashing bowed, slightly to pay their respects to the deceased demigod master. The latter had sacrificed a lot to fight against the demon race and was worthy of their respect. The silent atmosphere lasted for a long time. Then a buzzing sound came from the horizon, causing everyone to turn their heads. Then they saw brilliant golden light rising from the bottom of the pillar of creation and rapidly reaching the top. It seemed that the blessing of the seal had been completed. Buzz. There was a soft, buzzing sound in the void. Then everyone saw a blue portal appear in the space in front of them. Behind the portal, there seemed to be a path to Mi Chung. Many people cheered excitedly when they saw the portal. They could finally leave. They had stayed in this damned place for too long. The golden crown princess flew back from afar and handed the divine light mirror to Yun Nuashing. He casually put it away and sighed. He looked at the cheering crowd in the distance, then looked at the portal in front of him and wrote, "Let's go back." Ding Mingyu and the others nodded. After thinking for a while, she asked, "Junior, the mission this time?" Yun Nuashing had just thrown Feng, and Little White back into his soul and carried Xian on his back. When he heard this, he was stunned. Only then did he remember his original purpose of coming here. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. With a thought, a line of words appeared in the void with the purple night flame. "I'll go back and rest for a while. Can I hand in the mission after a while?" Seeing this, Ding Mingyu also threw Mei Mao to Chuan Mu, Lin Sheng, and the others. When the latter and the others saw Yun Nuashing's extremely weak appearance, they shrugged helplessly and nodded with a smile. "Go back and recuperate. The academy will be very boring without you." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes, nodded, and wrote, "Okay." The Golden Crown Princess and the others looked at this group of little guys and smiled helplessly. With a wave of their sleeves, they led their people into the portal. The experts of the 9 deities' temple immediately followed by Lin Sheng and the others. Yun Nuashing walked at the back. He glanced at the pillar of creation, then turned and walked into the portal. As everyone disappeared, the portal gradually disappeared. The plains and the sea calmed down again. Only the faint sound of the wind quietly reverberated between heaven and earth. Chapter 699. In the underground labyrinth of Sunglow City, as the oracle crystal pillar on the 19th floor shattered, the formations also quietly collapsed. The people who were still in the labyrinth watched in astonishment as the elemental creatures before them disappeared and the formations shattered. They were somewhat puzzled, but they did not hesitate to charge into the depths of the labyrinth. However, the passage from the 18th floor to the 19th floor had already been blocked by shattered rocks. The 2 floors below seemed to be forever closed. However, as the experts who had made it to the 20th level returned, news of what had happened on the 19th and 20th levels began to spread. As expected, it caused quite a commotion in Xiaoguang City. The intervention of the 9 divine halls had a terrifying impact on countless people. As for the so-called Pillar of Creation, it left countless people at a loss. Only a small number of people knew about the secret, and it had been selectively forgotten. Yun Nuastar, who had caused a small commotion, was not remembered by anyone. Those who had heard of his identity seemed to have been buried in the shattered world of the 19th level. Those who had managed to escape were initially at the periphery of the 19th level, so they were lucky enough to not be affected by the energy ripples. Although those people did not know of Yun Nuashing's identity, the rumor of the rank 12 eternal weapon gradually spread. Therefore, countless people inquired about the former. However, no one expected that the Jin Empress would ask Jin Huan to spread the news the next day. The so-called eternal weapon ended up in their hands. Not long after the news spread, the rumor from yesterday was overshadowed. At this point, everyone was speechless. Those who still had thoughts about the eternal weapon resentfully gave up on them. You want to snatch food from the tiger's den of the Nine Gods Temple? Impossible. The people of Sunglow City seemed to breathe a sigh of relief when the labyrinth was revealed. The exploration of the labyrinth had lasted for tens of thousands of years. This was the long-cherished wish of almost everyone in Sunglow City. Now that the labyrinth had been solved, there were those who were satisfied and those who were melancholic. Generally speaking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The only regret was that they could not personally go to the 19th and 20th floors to take a look. During the destructive battle on the 19th floor, the Nine Gods Temple had intervened to resolve the crisis and prevent the complete annihilation of the army. This also allowed the secret of the labyrinth to spread. The prestige of the Nine Gods Temple rose once again, making them even more revered and out of reach. Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the others also set off to return to the academy. Under the guidance of a God Emperor expert, this distance was not a problem. However, what worried them was that, after coming out of the labyrinth, Yun Nuashing had completely fainted. Even her vital signs had dropped to the lowest level. She was like a living corpse. Seeing how anxious Princess Jean and the rest were, Lin Sheng and the rest did not want to disturb them. Even if they stayed, they would not be able to help. Lei Lang, who had been kicked out to buy medicine, also gave them a ride. It took less than 10 seconds for him to bring them back to the sky above the academy. After dropping them off, he hurriedly rushed into the city. Ding Mingyu and the others looked in that direction worriedly. They had gained a lot from this trip. Every one of them had gained a lot. In addition, they had also received a divine marrow baptism. They could feel that their bodies had undergone a qualitative change. Moreover, this change was subtle. However, when they thought of Yun Nuashing's unconscious state, they looked at each other and sighed. However, they also remembered that she was the godson of the Nine Gods Temple. Logically speaking, she should be fine. Thinking of this, they relaxed a little. The academy's security seemed a little lax. However, everyone who entered or left the academy had to pass through that platform. That was the only entrance. Normally, when outsiders entered the academy, there would be people in charge of receiving them. Most of the people in charge of receiving them were students. The elders would only appear when there were special guests. When Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the others landed on the black stone platform, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. Returning to the academy was the true completion of their mission. It was a pity that 2 people were not around. In the spacious mansion, the sunlight quietly shone down. It seeped in through the open window and painted a soft golden color on the edge of the bed. This was a somewhat strange room. The room was filled with a faint fragrance of incense, and the golden sunlight shone on the 2 slender figures sitting by the bed. Their pure white wings and heavenly tails formed a circle, and the faint golden light condensed into a halo behind the 2 captivating figures. It was very pure and holy. On the bed, there was a long white hair spread out like the Milky Way. It was like a blooming white lotus, emitting a sparkling luster. It seemed to have merged with the snow-white bed, making it impossible to distinguish them. There were 2 peerless beauties lying on the edge of the bed. Their jade-like hands had reached into the blankets, holding the slender hands of the owner of the long white hair. They were sleeping peacefully. Their breathing was even, as if they were very used to this. Creak! The door was slowly pushed open with a soft sound. A petite figure walked in against the sunlight. Her beautiful wine-red hair was a little fluffy. Her black and white dress swayed gently. Her wine-red crystal eyes contained a little playfulness, as if they could speak. That appearance was naturally Yishi. And Lixin, who was sitting quietly by the bed, stretched out her heavenly tails and wings. Mei Mao slowly closed her eyes. When she saw the person who came in, she opened them completely. Then the 2 of them were stunned. Your aura. A look of surprise flashed across Lixin's charming face. Her bewitching eyes fluttered a few times. Yishi's aura was now countless times stronger than when she came back a month ago. The power contained in that petite figure was enough to destroy the world. You succeeded in breaking through? Jing Yu's gentle voice sounded slowly. There was a little surprise in her voice. After she came back. She went into deep seclusion to try to break through to the Emperor God level. However, it had only been a month since she went into seclusion. Yes. She nodded casually and said, I obtained a few drops of Emperor God's blood essence in the maze. I was originally at the peak of the underworld Emperor realm. This time I used a peerless grade nirvana pill to recover my cultivation that was cut off. Then I used the blood essence to stabilize my cultivation, and I succeeded in breaking through. However, I stopped again. I just went to the mountains to undergo my tribulation. I just happened to reach the level of a mid-stage Emperor God. When will I be able to break through to the next level? Nirvana pill, the peerless grade pill that is said to be able to resurrect from the ashes and start a second life. It can even remove the hidden dangers of self-destruction. Hearing that, Mei Mao and Lachine froze. They all knew about Shi's situation. Because of self-destruction, she fell from the underworld Emperor realm to the mortal level. Moreover, this kind of self-destruction injury couldn't be healed with the help of ordinary pills, unless it was some extremely special pills. The Nirvana pill was one of them. She nodded. There wasn't much joy on her face from breaking through to the Emperor God level. Her wine-red eyes stared straight at the person on the bed whose silver hair was tied into a snow lotus. Her eyes dimmed slightly and she sighed softly. It's already been a month. She sighed and muttered to herself. Originally, she thought that she could see him wake up after coming out of seclusion and show off in front of him. She didn't expect that he still hadn't woken up after a month. She rubbed her little face and walked to the bedside. She casually kicked off her boots, lifted the blanket and crawled under it. She sat on Yun Nuoxing's lower abdomen and pressed her two slender little hands on his chest. Strands of golden light surged on her body, using the power of a god with the body of a mortal. Not to mention, little brother, even we will suffer a strong backlash. Seeing Yishi's actions, and Lachine couldn't help but sigh. Yun Nuoxing had been unconscious for a month, and they had accompanied him like this for a month. They were shifter emperors, so they had the patience. Whether it was a month or 100 years, it didn't matter to them. Xian and foam. Er's feelings for Yun Nuoxing didn't matter to them. In the past, with Yun Nuoxing's immortal body, even if his body's energy was completely drained, he would be able to recover in a day or two. However, a month had passed this time, and his super recovery ability seemed to have lost its effect. During this month, his body showed no signs of improvement. Instead, it became slightly weaker. Half a month ago, when the Golden Empress sensed that something was amiss, she hurriedly sent a message back to the 9 divine temples, causing a series of earthquakes in the 9 divine temples' encampment in the northern wilderness. However, when they heard the news, the temple masters were a little dumbfounded. They were originally drinking tea and watching the sun, but in the next second, they dispersed and ran back to their respective temples to read ancient books. Old Wolf also went to the Zenith region, but he didn't bring back any good news. Now that the gods in the divine realm have not appeared, even this part of the relevant information is difficult to find. And Lachine sighed softly. His bewitching eyes quietly stared at the adorable face that was peacefully sleeping on the bed. The heavenly tail could not help but stretch out, gently brushing past Yun Nuoxing's cheek. There's no way. Even if there's no way, we have to find a way. Shi's forehead was slightly sweaty. Her slender arm pressed on Yun Nuoxing's chest, and golden light continuously surged into the latter's body like a torrent. The soft murmur contained a determination that shocked both Lachine and Jingyu. Xing Yin. Xing. A series of indistinct whispers entered his ears, causing Yun Nuoxing's exhausted soul to frown slightly. It was as if he had heard a call, but it was also as if the whispers made him feel a little annoyed. The soul that had been silent for a month was actually struggling violently. Yin. Nuoxing Yin. Xing. Xing, Yun Nuashing, Yun Nuashing. Get up quickly. Get up. But I'm so tired. The weak soul frowned rather unhappily. He raised his sore palm and rubbed his eyes. Then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of grievance and forced his eyes open. Get up. Yun Nuashing. Now is not the time to sleep. That annoying voice sounded again. Yun Nuashing sat up abruptly with a belly full of anger. His blurry vision became slightly clearer as he struggled. When the impatient gaze became completely clear, he was slightly taken aback. In his shaky vision, he saw a world of ice and snow. In the distance, there were snowy peaks. The cold air of the ice field hit him in the face. 1 or 2 snowflakes drifted down slowly and quietly melted on his cheeks. What surprised him was not the world of ice and snow, but the huge ice statues that stood in this world of ice and snow. Under this group of ice statues, there were 2 very small ice statues. Compared to the huge ice statues, they were very small. They were only as tall as a person. They were ice statues of 2 girls. At first glance, anyone would think so. However, Yun Nuashing was very clear that one of the ice statues was of a boy. As for why, it was because he had seen the scene before. It was the ice field where Feng Yueying and Ning Qinxue were at back then. The statues of the sect leaders of the latter's sect were placed there. While Yun Nuashing was still at a loss and unable to understand the situation, in the space in front of him, a group of light spots suddenly gathered together from all directions, after which they slowly condensed into a human figure in front of him. He had long pitch-black hair and a handsome face that was similar to a girl's. The moment that person appeared, he crossed his arms over his chest. That handsome face contained some sullen anger as he glared fiercely at him. Yun Nuashing's face twitched slightly. Of course, he was not unfamiliar with this person. He had seen him once in his memory. When Ning Qinxue said that he was his previous life or something, his mind was a little confused. Are you Feng Yueying? Yun Nuashing blinked and asked carefully, who else could it be? That figure, or rather, Feng Yueying. He helplessly spread out his hands and sighed. If you continue sleeping, you will die. Huh. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a long time. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, those sounds were squeezed out from his throat and rolled around in his mouth before going back into his stomach. After a while, Yun Nuashing opened his mouth again and said, You are my ex, that's right. Without waiting for Yun Nuashing to finish speaking, Feng Yueying nodded, as if he already knew what he wanted to say. After knowing this result, Yun Nuashing was not as nervous as he imagined. Instead, he was a little confused and could not help but ask, Why? Why? What do you mean, why? If you want to ask me why, I can only answer you. There is reincarnation in the heavens. Just like that, Feng Yueying said as he curled his lips. Seeing him like that, Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and muttered, You are lying. When I lie, my eyes flutter. You also flutter. Hearing this, Feng Yueying was also stunned. He could not help but roll his eyes. Then, as if he thought of something, his gaze paused. Seeing Yun Nuashing staring at him with an evil smile, he was also stunned. He bitterly smiled. This guy was trying to trick him? When they were lying, their faces did not turn red and their hearts did not beat fast. Where did the fluttering of their eyes come from? I thought that the scene of our meeting would be grander. I did not think that we would meet under such circumstances. Feng Yueying scratched his head and sighed. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and thought for a while. Just as he opened his mouth, Feng Yueying extended his hand and stopped him from speaking. Then he said, Have you heard of Dao fruit? Chapter 700. Fruit of Dao. When Yun Nuashing heard this unfamiliar term, he frowned. He did have some impression of it, but he could not remember when he had heard or seen it before. Seeing his blank face, Feng Yueying was not surprised. She smiled and said, You cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, so you must believe in the existence of reincarnation. Then, how deep is your understanding of reincarnation? When Yun Nuashing heard this extremely profound question, he felt even more awkward. He shook his head, helplessly. However, just as he shook his head, he suddenly thought of something. What reincarnates is the soul. Oh, don't I know a little about it? This is indeed the core of reincarnation. Feng Yuang looked at him in surprise. She smiled and said, "Only souls that are strong enough can undergo a unique reincarnation in this journey of all souls. That is, the reincarnation of the soul?" Yun Nuashing swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling slightly. "Yes, in the myriad worlds, all living beings will die one day. Ordinary souls will have all their memories wiped away, and everything will be smoothed out. In the reincarnation process of the Great Yuan realm, souls that are slightly stronger may have their memories of their previous life sealed in the deepest part of their soul during reincarnation. However, even if they are reincarnated under normal circumstances, they will not be able to come into contact with it," Feng Yuang said. Yun Nuashing continued, "And souls that are strong enough, the soul of a post-God level soul, are strong enough to retain their memories and seal them at a shallow level, waiting for the later generations to unseal them." "No, you're wrong." When Feng Yuang heard this, she smiled and shook her index finger. This made Yun Nuashing stunned. He rubbed his face, feeling a little embarrassed. He thought too highly of himself. In the reincarnation of the soul, the seal of their memories will only be deeper than the seal of other souls. Otherwise, wouldn't the entire divine world be filled with gods? Feng Yuang spread her hands and said, "Furthermore, even in the reincarnation of the soul, there is the possibility of erasing everything. It can even cross realms to reincarnate. The reincarnation of the 8 primordial realms has the reincarnation system of the 8 primordial realms. Just like the 8 primordial realms of the Great Primordial Realm, they're not connected to each other." Feng Yuang paused for a moment before continuing, "And the soul of a god that only exists in the 8 elements realm is too powerful. Even if only a soul is left, that soul is enough to affect the cycle of reincarnation, resulting in the phenomenon of crossing realms through reincarnation. Reincarnating from the 8 elements realm and landing in the 3 elements realm is not something that has never happened before." "How did you?" Yun Nuashing wanted to say, "How did you know?" But she was interrupted by Feng Yuang before she could finish her sentence. "This is the answer that I obtained from my lifetime of research. Reincarnation does exist. Since ancient times, many ancient gods and important figures have reincarnated in this endless journey. The powerful ones have never completely died, but landed in various corners of the great primordial realm, never to appear again. As such, they are no different from being dead. The reincarnation of the soul will also erase the divinity of the soul. Once the divinity is completely erased, it will only be an ordinary soul. Everything in the past will be buried in the endless reincarnation, never to appear again," Feng Yuang said in a deep voice. Yun Nuashing stared at him blankly, her head a little dizzy. She understood, but she still found it hard to believe. Or rather, the amount of information was too much, so much that it was enough to shake the heavens and earth. She could not completely accept it all at once. All right, back to the original topic, fruit of Tao. In short, it is the result of cultivation. You can understand it like that. Feng Yuang gave a very casual definition, causing Yun Nuashing to roll her eyes. "I left it behind." However, the last sentence stunned Yun Nuashing. Left it behind? What did he leave behind? Seeing her widening her eyes in shock, Feng Yuang smiled and said, "Before reincarnation, I left behind this life's fruit of Tao. It contains everything of my life as Feng Yuang, including my memories." Yun Nuashing's mind was in a mess. Feng Yuang was a post-god level expert, a god that looked down on all living things. According to the fruit of Tao he mentioned, as long as she obtained everything that was left behind, wouldn't she be able to create another Feng Yuang? Wouldn't that mean that anyone who obtained it could become a god? It's useless. Knowing what he was thinking, Feng Yueying shook her head and said softly, as Feng Yueying, "The fruit of Tao that I left behind in this life is naturally left for the me of the future to open." Ah, crap, I forgot to ask. Suddenly, Feng Yueying slapped his head, causing Yun Nuashing, who was deep in thought, to be stunned. Then he bitterly smiled and quickly asked, "You should know that your bloodline is a god spirit bloodline, right?" Hearing that, Yun Nuashing nodded. The mysterious god spirit bloodline was said to be passed down from a certain ancient god. After so many years, it still hadn't dried up. Feng Yueying hesitated for a while and asked him, "Demonic second seal, has your god spirit bloodline started to awaken?" "It has already awakened halfway," Yun Nuashing answered. When Feng Yueying heard that, he widened his eyes in shock. Then he took in a deep breath. His expression was very complicated. He was agitated for a moment. Then he seemed to have realized something. Then he seemed to be doubtful and hesitant. After a while, Feng Yueying let out a long sigh. He seemed to have made a decision. Then he suddenly pressed down on Yun Nuashing's shoulders, which made him shiver. He looked at Feng Yueying in confusion. Feng Yueying pressed down on Yun Nuashing with both hands and spoke in a serious tone. "Listen well. Perhaps it will be this life. In this life, you have to walk to the end." "Ah, huh." Yun Nuashing opened her little mouth in confusion. She didn't know what he was talking about. Feng Yueying took a deep breath and slowly said, "Actually, I know that we have a very powerful ancient god spirit bloodline. Plus, I have investigated myself, especially the reincarnation disc." Feng Yueying pointed at his forehead. Yun Nuashing understood. That golden rudder, they were black. It was a black color that was engraved by reincarnation after reincarnation. Reincarnation disc, reincarnation disc. Samsara disc, one samsara moment seal. I'm not the first samsara person, and maybe you won't be the last. Based on the number of samsara seals, I guess that we might have come from the distant ancient era. There are some memory fragments that point to that ancient era, but I can't prove it. When I had this guess, I didn't have much time left. Feng Yueying sighed deeply. When I came to this world, the first thing that appeared in my mind was a reincarnation divine art called Returning Reincarnation. Feng Yueying paused and sighed. Its use is to bury one's life and leave behind the fruit of this life. Then one will pass through reincarnation and start a second life. A true second life. Yun Nuashing widened her eyes in shock. Was there such a terrifying divine art in this world? Burying one's life, passing through reincarnation. The person who left this art behind probably had some sort of plan. When I came into contact with that returning reincarnation, I also understood. In this life, I will pass through it with the name Feng Yueying. However, in the final moment, I will leave behind the fruit of Tao, bury myself, and enter reincarnation again. I don't know who this returning reincarnation originated from. I didn't find any information regarding it. However, I think you also understand that this might have been left behind by the person of our first life. Perhaps he was plotting some terrifying plan and needed to enter reincarnation. Feng Yueying said these words with difficulty. Yun Nuashing's expression flickered crazily. This could it be that he also, however, it didn't force me. This divine art has its own intelligence and won't force me. From the start, it had presented two paths in front of me. Reincarnation or peacefully passing through this life. Even if I choose the latter, I will still leave behind the fruit of Tao and pass through reincarnation. However, compared to the reincarnation of burying myself, the fruit of Tao left behind in the latter is incomplete. Only the fruit of Tao left behind at the peak of one's life can be preserved forever. Feng Yueying suddenly laughed. In his laughter, there was helplessness and guilt. He couldn't help but use his right hand to grab onto his left arm. Lowering his head, he bitterly laughed. I chose to bury myself. This is the fate I chose. After I broke through to a certain level of the divine realm, it told me that it was time. At that time, my body was still at its peak and my lifespan was still very long. Perhaps I could still make a breakthrough. However, it said that this was the best opportunity. I still had one last chance to choose. I chose to peacefully pass through this life. The corner of Feng Yueying's mouth twitched. The peaceful expression that he had been maintaining finally collapsed. I have let Shui down. Why? Yun Nuoxing suddenly raised her head. Her expression was very complicated and even a little twisted. Why could you so easily let go of everything to listen to the words of a scam left behind by an unknown fellow? Just like that, you buried your entire life and gave up everything. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Feng Yueying raised his head and let out a long sigh. Then he shook his head. I also don't know why. To me, there are basically no benefits to speak of. Then, Yun Nuoxing's expression was agitated. But I have already made my choice. I took a gamble and waited until now. I feel that my gamble was right. Perhaps this will change the future greatly. Feng Yueying suddenly chuckled. Patting her shoulder, he said, You are not my first reincarnation. Yun Nuoxing, who still wanted to argue, widened her eyes in shock. Not the first? The first is Ling Yuchen. You have already met him, Feng Yueying said with a smile. I had just finished reading your life's memories and felt a little emotional. I didn't expect that you would also meet Shui. Ling Yuchen, isn't that... Yun Nuoxing's expression was shocked. Ling Yuchen, wasn't he the person that Sister Jean and the others mentioned? The person who was suspected to be her father? Aft? Sister Jean and the others got it wrong. Feng Yueying chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps because he finished reading Yun Nuoxing's memories, he addressed Empress Jean in the same way as him. Clenching his fists, he said with a faint smile, We in the heaven returning samsara are all stowaways who secretly ran out from the reincarnation journey. We don't have a past or a past. We all escaped from the reincarnation path. Escaped from the reincarnation path. Yun Nuoxing widened his eyes. He suddenly recalled the desert where he first landed. That green light. Could that be his previous reincarnation? Ling Yuchen's appearance when he just buried himself and escaped from the reincarnation path. Then, in this reincarnation, it was his turn, Yun Nuoxing's turn to appear. Wait a minute. You said that I met Ling Yuchen. Yun Nuoxing's thoughts suddenly took a turn and circled back. Soon after, he frowned and said, I met him. You mean... Yun Nuoxing's brows furrowed as he quickly flipped through his memories. Suddenly, he stopped at a memory, causing his eyes to widen. Life flower. Yun Nuoxing's serious voice and Ling Yuchen's chuckle sounded at the same time, causing ripples to appear in this ice field. Yun Nuoxing's expression became more and more serious. Then, in the memory where he saw Life Flower, that youth was Ling Yuchen? Seeing that he only had a serious expression and didn't have any other reaction, Feng Yueying couldn't help but smile and said, You're quite calm. When I was talking to Ling Yuchen, he was almost scared to death. Yun Nuoxing shook his head with a bitter smile and said, No, I'm just a little numb. Then what he buried under Life Flower, could it be? Yun Nuoxing swallowed his saliva. He had a guess in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only look at Feng Yueying. Feng Yueying received his gaze and nodded, saying, That should be our Tao fruit, the Tao fruit of 2 reincarnations. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered. He remembered what Empress Jean said. When they found Ling Yuchen in the 9 deities' palace, the latter had already been crushed by his enemies. However, after knowing all this today, he had another guess at that time. Ling Yuchen might have already buried himself. It was just that he coincidentally encountered his enemies. Chapter 701. 1 Tao fruit in 1 lifetime, and the Tao fruits of 2 lifetimes are all left in the future. Yun Nuashing muttered softly and frowned. He felt that something was amiss and something didn't make sense. Why didn't Ling Yuchen use the Dao fruit I left behind, but instead buried it with his, right? Feng Yueying asked probingly when she saw his contemplative expression. Yeah. Yun Nuashing nodded lightly. He also had many things he wanted to know, and it was impossible for him to hide anything now. At this moment, Feng Yueying took a deep breath, and his deep gaze made Yun Nuashing unable to see through him. After a while, he looked towards the horizon and let out a long sigh. I don't know how many generations of Dao fruits we have the first life, and he have the first life left behind in the samsara of samsara. I can only guess that he was plotting something and didn't hesitate to fall into samsara. Feng Yueying let out a long sigh, then stretched out a finger and pointed towards the sky and muttered, "For example, God." Yun Nuashing took the initiative to voice out his guess, making himself take in a cold breath. We have the bloodline of the ancient gods, and this bloodline was passed down from the mythological era and has yet to be erased. However, with the passage of time, perhaps a flaw has appeared in our bloodline, and it is difficult to give birth to someone at the level of God. So, Feng Yueying muttered, in the primordial era, there was a god who used the heavenly samsara to bury one lifetime after another. Yun Nuashing also had a very bold idea, and this idea made him shudder, leaving behind the last lifetime for him to open his Dao fruit. Could it be that the first lifetime wanted to break through to the God realm? There is such a possibility, but I don't know the specifics. Feng Yueying shook his head, muttered to himself for a while, and said, the cultivation of the later God realm is very difficult, and the cultivation speed seems to have stopped. No matter how talented you are, no matter how hard you work, your cultivation won't improve much. The realm of the later God realm is completely dependent on the accumulation of time. With that kind of strength, perhaps it won't move for tens of millions of years. This voice made Yun Nuashing tremble. Thousands of years had passed and the world had changed, but the gods had not made any progress. By the way, speaking of which, why did you say it was me? Yun Nuashing scratched her head and asked. I also analyzed this based on my bloodline. Feng Yueying said, although we escaped from the path of reincarnation, it doesn't mean that we didn't experience reincarnation. It's just that it wasn't complete. But no matter what, from the moment we buried ourselves and went through reincarnation, we were no longer the original us. What fell from the path of reincarnation is a brand new life. In this life, there are no signs of the ancient God bloodline awakening. Even after I became a god, there is only a faint golden color. Feng Yueying sighed and shook her head, then said, as for Ling Yuchen, when he stepped into the later God realm, he awakened 1/10 of his God bloodline. But you, at the demon realm, you have already awakened more than half. And you don't have any memories of the heaven returning reincarnation. So I'm thinking, could it be that in this life of yours, this long dozens of eras of reincarnation have come to an end? Feng Yueying's eyes shone brightly as she guessed, because you have already planted countless seeds, waiting to reap the fruits in this life. Yun Nuashing was stunned hearing this. It had to be said that this guess was very daring, so daring that it made her heart palpitate. Then doesn't that mean that I can become a god? Yun Nuashing suddenly grinned, flung her long hair, and laughed. As expected, I am the core. To hell with you. Feng Yueying rolled his eyes. He already knew that Yun Nuashing would say this, so he couldn't help but pour a bucket of cold water on her. With your demonic qi entangling your soul, what god? You are a demon god. Yun Nuashing helplessly shrugged his shoulders. But after a while, that playful attitude suddenly disappeared because he thought of a very serious question. Then, if I were to merge with my previous life, who would I become? When she asked this question, Yun Nuashing was very nervous. She was very worried that if there was a day when all those memories were to awaken at once, what would he become? This. Feng Yueying was also stunned by this question. If he were to merge with his previous life and grasp 2, 3, or even a dozen memories, then what would Yun Nuashing become? That will depend on you. That's up to you. I'm me, I'm you, and you're me. There's no distinction between us. A dozen memories are nothing more than a dozen identities. As for who you want to be, that's up to you. You can treat it as a dream and seal those memories in the depths of your mind. It's fine if you've seen them, but you can also combine them with your own memories. After all, that's us. And us, in the end, this topic was a bit heavy, and Feng Yueying also felt that she couldn't continue, so she had no choice but to shut her mouth. On the other hand, Yun Nuashing only sighed, helplessly scratched his head, and bitterly smiled. Let's talk about it in the future. When that day comes, let's talk about it again. Her hands folded in front of her chest. Yun Nuashing closed her eyes and lightly said, I am Yun Nuashing. This thing called me. I will not lose it. I am me. I am Yun Nuashing and also Feng Yueying. Well, it's good that you can think like that. Feng Yueying indifferently shrugged her shoulders. You can say that, but right now I should just honestly be Yun Nuashing. I'm almost doubting if I am myself. Yun Nuashing bitterly smiled, shook his head, and then said, Speaking of which, why did you appear here today? This. Feng Yueying paused, then clapped her hands and explained softly, I placed a few restrictions in my soul. If I'm lucky enough not to be destroyed by the cycle of reincarnation, I'll appear at the appropriate time. As for why now, it's because I sense Schwerer's aura. Feng Yueying embarrassedly scratched his head and dryly smiled. That scepter is Schwerer's divine right weapon. It's an existence similar to the divine right controlled by God. You forcefully used that power and almost killed yourself. If it wasn't for Schwer or being careful and leaving a protective measure, you would have been turned into an ice sculpture. Feng Yueying put her hands on her hips and unhappily said, How can a mortal use divine, right? Nonsense. Yun Nuashing shrunk his head and couldn't help but refute. But back then I didn't use this, and I felt that it was too much of a pity to use the whirlpool zither. I can only use it 3 times. Feng Yueying rolled his eyes and unhappily said, Schwerer's protective measure caused the power of ice and snow to remain in my body, and it didn't completely erupt. Right now, I'm just speechless and blinded in one eye. After a while, I'll really be blind. Power of ice and snow. It's fine to use divine flames to disperse it, right? Yun Nuashing rubbed his fingers and said, Okay, but it's a waste. Feng Yueying shook her head, then raised her head. Seeing his blank face, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, Have you forgotten about your eternal frozen earth ice holy dragon egg? No, I still remember, but it's almost dead and can't even hatch. Yun Nuashing sighed. How could he forget? Inject the remaining power of ice and snow into the dragon egg, and it should be able to revive, hatch, and form a soul contract. I don't think Feng and Little White will mind. Feng Yueying smiled and said, After solving the problem in your body, you can even hatch a holy dragon. It's the best of both worlds. You won't die of happiness. Feng is fine, but I feel that Little White will bite me to death. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. Raising 2 divine beasts was already too much for him. And now, there's another one. It's fine, it's fine. Train your resistance to beatings, and Little Green and Little Xian will find you one day. At that time, you will have to raise 4 divine beasts and a sacred beast. Feng Yueying patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder with a pitiful gaze, causing a vein to pop out on the latter's forehead, and he wanted to press him to the ground and beat him up. Speaking of which, I didn't even find the phoenix back then. I didn't expect it to be hidden in such an inconspicuous corner. Looking at Yun Nuashing's memories, Feng Yueying was also a bit speechless. Back then he ran to so many places, but he still couldn't find the last of the 4 divine beasts. He didn't expect that Yun Nuashing would find it just like that. Thinking of this, Feng Yueying smiled strangely and said, Forget about finding the phoenix. You even raised her as your wife. Did you already have the idea of raising the phoenix? I'm going to beat you to death. Yun Nuashing's face twitched, and he couldn't stop it. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. What was this? Finding Feng. It was purely an accident. At that time he heard Feng Er's call. Or was it because Feng Er had some kind of relationship with him that he found her? Now that he thought of it, that feeling had already disappeared. Cough, then there's no time to lose. Take out the holy dragon egg. I'll control the cold aura in your body. Feng Yuan coughed dryly and said with a chuckle. Yun Nuashing helplessly rolled his eyes. With a flip of his palm, he took out the jade mountain and crystal. After that, he took out the golden holy dragon egg with ice blue patterns and gently placed it in front of him. After the ice snow holy dragon egg came out, it emitted a strange holy aura, causing Yun Nuashing's expression to slightly freeze. This dragon egg had been frozen for who knows how many years, yet it was still able to emit such an aura. Then get ready. I'm going to take action. Hold it in and don't scream. Feng Yueying's confident and elegant expression was also slightly restrained. He took a deep breath and seriously looked at Yun Nuashing. This line is really terrible. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes, but did not say anything. He sat down on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. Feng Yueying faintly smiled. He raised his right hand and slowly pressed it on Yun Nuashing's shoulder, while his left hand pressed on the ice snow holy dragon egg. After that, he took a deep breath and forcefully clenched his right hand. A strange suction force instantly erupted. Crack! When the suction force erupted, Yun Nuashing's brows furrowed. That suction force was tearing his blood and bones, and was not acting on his spiritual body. However, that pain was precisely transmitted to his spiritual body, causing him to tightly clench his hands. When Feng Yueying started, Yun Nuashing also hurriedly put some of his consciousness into his body. After that, he saw that when Feng Yueying's right hand landed on his spiritual body, there seemed to be an invisible black hole appearing in his physical body. A terrifying suction force erupted, and even his blood was being sucked in that direction. However, what made Yun Nuashing even more concerned was that he suddenly felt very cold, extremely cold. His hands and feet were ice cold. The cold air that caused his entire body to be ice cold seemed to have appeared out of thin air. An ice blue ball was hidden in his body, and it did not dissipate. This is the ice snow energy that has merged with divine, right? Yun Nuashing's gaze was strange as he looked at the ice blue energy that appeared on his chest. He suddenly took a deep breath, and the cold caused his teeth to chatter. He immediately hugged his hands and curled up his body. Endure it, endure it. Feng Yueying was not surprised by this reaction. After that, the suction force on her right hand suddenly increased. Under that sudden increase in pressure, Yun Nuashing felt as if his bones were about to leave his body. However, the sudden increase in pressure was not useless. At least he saw that the ball of ice blue energy that was hovering on his chest was slowly flowing like a liquid. The distance from his left shoulder to his chest was about the length of a finger. When the ice blue energy flowed past him, he felt as if his left shoulder was about to be frozen into ice. Fortunately, this energy did not spread throughout his body. Otherwise, he would definitely be frozen into an ice sculpture. There was no other possibility. Yun Nuashing shivered and hugged himself tightly. The cold sensation stimulated his mind, causing his soul to feel drowsy. His body could not stop trembling. He did not know how much time had passed, but he felt as if every second was like a year. However, the ice blue energy was not flowing at a fast speed. At this moment, the ball of energy was completely concentrated on his shoulder, and he had lost all feeling in his left shoulder. The ice blue energy flowed slowly. Yun Nuashing's originally pale face was now as white as gold paper. His eyelids drooped and opened, and they were as heavy as mountains. Meanwhile, Feng Yueying was calmly absorbing the ice-snow energy. After traveling with Yun Nuashing for so many years, it was normal for them to be exposed to wind and snow. He had long gotten used to that energy, and it made him feel nostalgic. However, when he saw Yun Nuashing's face that was about to turn purple from the cold, he could not help but laugh dryly. He hurriedly increased the speed at which he was extracting the energy. As for the icy blue energy, after coming out from Yun Nuashing's body, it followed Feng Yueying's 2 arms and drilled into the ice-snow Saint Dragon egg. Instantly, the icy blue pattern seemed to have come alive, faintly releasing light. Just as the light was released, this ice field seemed to resonate with it, and even the icebergs were trembling, so powerful. As expected of the Ice-Snow King, if it evolves into a sacred beast, its control of the ice-snow energy should be comparable to Shui-Er's. Feng Yueying looked at the memory scene that was constantly trembling and could not help but laugh to himself. "All right, it's done." A relaxed voice sounded out, causing Yun Nuashing to be taken aback. When this voice sounded out, he immediately felt that his body was no longer cold. His recovery ability, which had been suppressed for the past month, seemed to have suddenly soared. Waves of flames surged into his body, causing him to involuntarily blink. "It's done? Although it's true that I'm not cold anymore, and my body is also recovering." Yun Nuashing blinked his eyes. Furthermore, he felt that something was not quite right, as if there were some changes to his body, as if it had become tougher. "Are you still thinking that your body will only be considered done after being blown into pieces?" Feng Yueying rolled his eyes, then said in a bad mood, "Well, going through the divine rite baptism once will only bring you benefits and no harm. I guess this is also Shui-Er's intention. Although your body has already been baptized by Xian Yin's divine rite of music, going through the baptism of the ice-snow sacred rite again will only bring about good changes. Slowly experience it." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing clenched his fists and scratched his head in confusion. He did not feel any special changes. If he had to say it, he just felt that he was a little more powerful. Chapter 702. On the vast ice field, there were ice sculptures that had stood for tens of millions of years. Under the extremely weak light, they emitted an icy glow. This was a world of ice and snow. Sunlight couldn't penetrate it. Below the huge ice sculpture, there was a 1-meter tall object floating in midair. It emitted a faint glow. The frequency was perfectly in sync with the heartbeat. It was as if there was a powerful life form inside. At the side, Feng Yueying sat on the ground with his left arm resting on his thigh. He supported his cheek as he watched Yun Nuashing fiddle around. Seeing him throw out a bunch of things and constantly refine them into the dragon egg, his face couldn't help but twitch. This was simply a moving treasure. Even a god like him would drool just looking at it. God, I didn't manage to take that step in the end. If I had chosen to live a carefree life back then, would I have had the chance to step into that level? Feng Yueying couldn't help but mutter. He grabbed an ice-blue flower from the ground and let out a long sigh. The problem is that you chose to bury yourself and fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Now that you think about it, it's useless. Yun Nuashing held an ice-blue crystal and looked at him helplessly. "I know. I'm just muttering. It's a pity. I'm already so pitiful. It's not wrong for me to mutter a few words." Feng Yueying puffed up his cheeks and couldn't help but sigh again. "You said Xian Yin is a god?" Holding the crystal in his hand, Yun Nuashing looked at him suspiciously. "Yeah, that's right. To be able to make even me feel shocked, it must be of a higher level, God. These things, any one of them can create a bunch of old monsters." Feng Yueying was speechless as he watched Yun Nuashing take out pieces of things one by one. Yun Nuashing nodded. He didn't seem surprised. He already felt that Xian Yin's background wasn't simple. As he thought about it, he grabbed another flower. This flower had 4 petals, and each petal was a different color. As for the long stamen that extended out, it revealed an azure blue color like flowing water. It was like looking back at the sky while diving. Under the sunlight, there were spots of light, and it was very beautiful. Damn, you even took out the ice lily. You're really generous. The four-colored light circulated and spread out, gathering on the stamen of the flower. Then it was reflected from the stamen, illuminating a myriad of colors. There was also a strange fragrance, as if an immortal flower had bloomed. The ice lotus flower contained the power of the natural order of the world. It was rumored that it also possessed the power of the world and was extremely intelligent. If the members of the demon clan were to find out about it, they would definitely fight for it at all costs. If this ice lotus flower was refined by a demonic beast or magical beast, it would allow it to possess the ice element. Moreover, if it was refined before it was born, its intelligence would increase by more than one level. It would also allow it to come into contact with the power of the natural order and the power of the world. In the future, it could become a demon god. Such a big piece of ice spirit crystal. God! No. Can you put down the spiritual deity crystal? I beg you. Why not give it to me? I'm already dead. Feng Yuing looked at Yun Nuoxing, taking out pieces of shocking stuff as if those things were worthless. He was so scared that his soul was about to shatter. Even if the spiritual deity crystal was refined by a god-level expert, it could allow the bloodline, soul, bones, intelligence, and divinity to be reborn. It could even speed up the cultivation of the power of the divine right, allowing one to have the power to reach the heavens. This, you're giving it to a little thing that hasn't even hatched. Puff! Looking at Yun Nuoxing refining the fist-sized crystal into the ice snow holy dragon egg, Feng Yuing almost vomited blood. His face turned green, and he couldn't help but scold. Is it your illegitimate child? Wah! Celestial spirit tree leaf. Celestial spirit branch. My lord, how many years can this branch extend one's lifespan when refined into medicine? This life force can make a land of death within a radius of 100 million miles become full of life. Even a dying divine spirit can be revived. It contains a large amount of the power of the laws of heaven and earth. How many years can it shorten one's cultivation? It can control the power of laws the moment it hatches. That's the privilege of a god-level expert. It's a privilege. Imperial dragon vine and heavenly phoenix fruit. It can only be cultivated using pure dragon's blood and phoenix's blood. Feng Yuing was so angry that his face turned pale. He trembled as he looked at the pile of stuff that Yun Nuoxing took out. His expression couldn't help but tremble. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. His colorful eyes looked at the ice snow holy dragon egg with unconcealable joy. This time, it could be said that he had accidentally brought this egg to life. He couldn't stop the thought of cultivating it. As the pile of stuff was refined into the dragon egg, the golden ice snow holy dragon egg also trembled slightly, emitting an even gentler auspicious light. It was as if there was a divine beast that could send down auspicious signs. You're even letting out blood. Feng Yuing saw Yun Nuoxing cut his wrist and spit out a mouthful of soul blood. His heart couldn't help but twitch. 7-colored extreme light, celestial pond water. Damn, it hasn't even been born, and you want it to be reborn. Aye. What should I say? This child is going to be spoiled by you. Seeing Yun Nuoxing throw in some extremely terrifying divine items, Feng Yuing finally couldn't watch it anymore. He quickly pulled him back and smiled bitterly. All right. Stop doing it. My heart was just aching earlier, but I can understand. After all, it hasn't been born yet, and nothing has been decided yet. If you continue throwing in divine items that don't exist in the mortal realm, it will definitely break out of its shell as a heaven demon king. However, going too far is as bad as falling short. I know. I'm still calculating. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and sat down as well. She supported her cheeks with her hands and stared at the holy dragon egg without blinking. Her gaze was as gentle as it could be. Feng Yuing also heaved a sigh of relief and sat down with the same posture. Looking from afar, these two people really looked like two sisters or two brothers. The holy dragon egg rotated gently and emitted circles of ice-blue ripples. The divine items that had just fused in were refining it to the extreme. Before it hatched, the aura already had a very terrifying momentum. Furthermore, it was still slowly brewing. What a powerful spirituality! Who knows, it might even be in a human form when it hatches. Furthermore, oh, congratulations. It's a girl. Feng Yuing looked and couldn't help but laugh. What's with this kind of good news for a father waiting outside the delivery room? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but roll her eyes and fiercely complain. You plan to take her into your harem? Feng Yuing said with a smile that wasn't a smile. You're thinking too much. Yun Nuashing couldn't stop rolling her eyes. I can't help but think too much. First there was Feng. Then there was this. Let's call her. Oh, let's call her Bing Air. That's right, the ice-snow holy dragon of the frigid winter earth will be called Bing Air. Feng Yuing clapped her hands and casually came up with a name, just like Yun Nuashing. That's fine, as long as the name isn't bad. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and nodded. After all, she really didn't have any talent in naming. Let's make a bet. Feng Yuing looked at the holy dragon egg that was emitting a holy light and laughed. Bet on what? Bet on Bing Air's attitude towards you in the future. Yes. I bet that she will fall in love with you. Feng Yuing laughed. Why? Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows. She felt that there was something fishy about this. Because Feng Yuing's face trembled. He seemed to have thought of something that happened when he was alive. He couldn't help but bitterly laugh. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, because I also had a similar experience. Yun Nuashing looked at him in shock. You'll know when you get my memories. I reckon that girl isn't dead yet. Cough. Let's not talk about these digressions. Halfway through, Feng Yuing couldn't help but blush. He hurriedly waved his hand. This made Yun Nuashing very curious about what he recalled. However, she didn't ask. She casually nodded and said, Up to you. All right, I'll leave Shwe to you. Take good care of her. Feng Yuying's voice suddenly became serious. Yun Nuashing also slowly retracted her lazy expression. Her bright eyes looked at him strangely. Then she thought of the noble lady with long ice-blue hair and felt a little confused. Sister Shwe is a god. Me take care of her? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. That's not it. Feng Yuing also rolled his eyes and said, No matter how strong she is, she's still a girl. She naturally has a weak spot in her heart. My passing has become an eternal pain in her heart. This burden needs to be smoothed out by another person's burden. The flame in her heart that was extinguished has been reignited because of your arrival. However, she can't let go of the pain in her heart, so she still needs you to take care of her. You are me and I am you. Can't you even agree to your own request? Feng Yuing puffed up her cheeks and pretended to be angry as she looked at Yun Nuashing and said. Yun Nuashing was speechless. She didn't know what to say. She could only sigh and nod her head. I promise you. Remember to marry her. There's no need to be extravagant. Just give her status. Feng Yuing propped up her face and said with a smile. Yun Nuashing nodded. Suddenly, she felt that something wasn't right. She suddenly opened her eyes wide. Ha! No, I promised you to take care of Sister Shwe. This is different. Yun Nuashing's face turned red as she hurriedly said. This is the same thing. Feng Yuing slapped him and said, 3 years ago you owed that girl a wedding. If you don't make it up to her, who will? But in any case you will retrieve this part of your memory sooner or later. I know about the chains of the heart. This isn't a problem at all. Once your memories return, your feelings will also return. Feng Yuing smiled mysteriously. She pointed at her heart and said with a smile, "Moreover, in your heart, there are two very, very faint imprints that have sprouted." Huh! Yun Nuashing's eyes almost popped out. She flew into a rage out of humiliation. She grabbed Feng Yuying's collar and shook her crazily. Her face and ears were red. "No, don't talk nonsense. Me. Those are Xian's and Feng Er's imprints, right? It must have been hard on those two girls to follow you, you stinky rock, for so many years. Finally, there is a reaction. Why don't I help you?" Feng Yuing was shaken to the point that he could still speak normally. A devilish smile hung on his face. That smile was exactly the same as Yun Nuashing's. How is that possible? Yun Nuashing suddenly shook him off and hurriedly took a few steps back. Just now, when he heard those words, his heart was already restless, and at this moment, his face looked like it was about to burn. He hurriedly shook his head and said, Don't say I anymore. If you like her, then say it boldly. Can't you be more mature like me?" Feng Yuing slapped her again and said in annoyance, "You are so unreasonable that I have nothing to say." Yun Nuashing was so angry that her hair stood up. "Thank you." Feng Yuing grinned, then said, "You really can't blame those two girls. You always feel that there shouldn't be anyone who likes you. But why is it like this? Don't you have any idea?" Feng Yuing glared at Yun Nuashing and said indifferently, "Think about how you usually treat others. Then think about how you are like. Reevaluate. If you were to go out, you would be a femme fatale just like us." Yun Nuashing was speechless. Feng Yuing continued, "Treating others gently is a part of your nature that can never be changed. We are originally the kind of people who are indifferent and gentle. Coincidentally, girls like to be treated gently by others. To put it bluntly, it's called being submissive, with a face that kills both men and women. How can you not ruin things?" Yun Nuashing was silent. "Gotcha!" While Feng Yuing was lecturing Yun Nuashing, who had his head lowered, the sacred dragon egg had also reached a saturated state under the nourishment of countless amounts of energy. A small figure slowly appeared. The sound of the eggshell cracking caused the two of them to calm down as they calmly watched the scene. Chapter 703. Tiny cracks appeared on the golden eggshell, and the spinning body stopped. The bright golden light converged and bloomed from the cracks. The golden light had a sense of holiness and holiness. When it landed in this world of ice and snow, it was refracted by the ice into the sky. The sky was dyed a golden yellow by the brilliant golden light, as if the sun had just risen. Roar! In the sky, strange beasts suddenly appeared. They stepped on auspicious clouds and descended from the sky towards the golden light. Their roar seemed to contain joy and reverence. Following the first crack, the cracks on the holy dragon egg caused a chain reaction. The tiny cracks rapidly spread, covering the entire golden egg. With a series of cracking sounds, a large piece of the eggshell fell off. Then, in the brilliant sky, a golden pillar of light hundreds of meters tall descended, landing on the holy dragon egg, illuminating it and making it seem even more holy. Whoa! The worship of thousands of beasts, an auspicious sign descending from the sky. Such a phenomenon is rare. This golden light should be the heavenly glow baptism. It's a rare sight. If the people of the Yao clan were to see it, they would definitely use the power of their clan to nurture it. Feng Yuing looked at the golden light not far away and could not help but praise. Before the golden light descended, Yun Nuashing and Feng Yuing had already retreated. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was a little confused and could not help but ask, "What is the heavenly glow baptism?" Feng Yuing smiled and pointed at the sacred dragon egg that was enveloped by the golden light. The heavenly glow baptism mostly occurs when some saint beasts or divine beasts are born. This is a phenomenon caused by the birth of the heavens and earth. It is the purest energy of the heavens and earth and can wash away all the impurities in the body. It is also seen as an auspicious sign. Of course, even some small Yao clan or small demonic beasts can cause such a phenomenon. This also means that the demonic beast or demonic beast that is born has the potential to evolve into a saint beast or divine beast and will be nurtured by its clan. But Feng Ershi, Yun Nuashing was stunned. When Feng was born, there was no such phenomenon. As the most orthodox of the 4 divine beasts, they are above all races. With that kind of ancient bloodline, they are born to be kings among kings. Do they still need any phenomenon to prove themselves? Feng Yuing rolled her eyes at him. That's true. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and nodded. Magical beasts usually take human form at the devil realm, while demonic beasts will take human form at the mortal realm. They will retain the characteristics of demonic beasts on their bodies, which will slowly be hidden as they cultivate. Feng Yuang paused for a moment before continuing. Demons are born as humans. During their cultivation, they will attempt to transform their human body into a demon body. Don't you think it's ironic? He laughed again. Yun Nuashing was speechless. When demonic beasts and demonic beasts pursued greater power, they would transform their bodies into human forms. However, when the demonic beasts cultivated, they would try to transform their bodies into demonic beasts. Obviously, the latter was more powerful and orthodox. Now that she said this, it seemed like she was putting the cart before the horse. As for the 4 divine beasts, they are classified as demonic beasts. That is their classification when they are in their infancy. Because divine beasts receive too much fortune from heaven and earth, they can only take human form at the beginner god realm. Feng Yuang stretched out her finger and shook it. In other words, only by entering the beginner god realm can they be considered to have passed their infancy. However, in terms of age, it's another matter. As for sacred beasts, well, you just need to know that normal demonic beasts and demonic beasts will evolve into sacred beasts. Sacred beasts will evolve into divine beasts. That's all you need to know. Feng Yuang smiled and said, for example, the scarlet dragon that you saw earlier. It was a normal demonic dragon. If it had the chance to purify the dragon blood in its body and evolve into a sacred beast, it would become a scarlet blood dragon. If it evolved again, it would become a purgatory dragon. That is an existence similar to a divine beast. The cultivation of demonic beasts and demonic beasts is vastly different from the cultivation of humans. The classification of normal demonic beasts, sacred beasts, and divine beasts is their bloodline. Even for demonic emperors, the possibility of their original form being a normal demonic beast is not small. After all, not every demonic beast and demonic beast has the power to cultivate their bloodline and evolve their original form. Feng Yuang turned her head and said, as for those beside you, needless to say about Feng Air and Little White. Those 6 mid-tier demonic emperors, their original forms are sacred beasts. If they want to become divine beasts, they have to work hard on their bloodline. As for sacred beasts, they are existences that are only slightly lower than the 4 divine beasts. It is the name for divine beasts that are in the beginner god realm. In other words, if they want to evolve into sacred beasts, they have to evolve their original form into divine beasts. Otherwise, they will never be able to advance into the beginner god realm. Yun Nuashing listened attentively. He did not know much about demonic beasts and demonic beasts. Previously, he did not come into contact with information on this aspect. He also did not hear in Lachine and the rest mention it. Then what is Bing Air's state now? Yun Nuashing looked at the golden light pillar and asked. Originally, the Ice Snow Holy Dragon was born as a sacred beast. Following the cultivation and evolution of the bloodline, it will become a divine beast. However, after your family's Bing Air was tormented by you, Feng Yuang pinched her fingers and looked at the golden light. She estimated in her heart and said after a long while, this bloodline pressure seems to be a divine beast. Then, from this dragon's might, it seems to be the Son of God. PFFF. Feng Yuang suddenly laughed. Yun Nuashing was confused and looked at the former in confusion. Feng Yuang laughed for long while before waving her hand and said, "Hee hee, this little girl is quite sensible. Originally, according to the pile of things that you just threw, it should be able to smash her into a heaven demon. However, she suppressed the energy into her body. She probably transferred it to refine her physical body. There is a difference of 5 realms between a son of God and a divine God. Will there be a problem?" Yun Nuashing said worriedly, It's fine. After all, she is a divine beast. There won't be a problem at all. It will only make her physical body stronger." Feng Yuang smiled and shook her head. While the two were talking, the golden light seemed to have reached its limit. It scattered the thickest light from the sky and poured into the dragon egg. Then it slowly dissipated. As the thick golden light dissipated, the many demonic beasts in the sky roared and returned to nothingness. It was as if nothing had happened. If it wasn't for the huge hole that was torn open in the thick clouds in the sky, Yun Nuashing would have thought that everything that had just happened was an illusion. Yun Nuashing and Feng Yuang looked at each other. Then they slowly jumped down from the mountain peak and walked to the front of the golden, holy dragon egg. After the golden light pillar dissipated, the huge golden egg with ice blue patterns did not have any movement. The light was all retracted. On the top of the holy dragon egg, there was a crack the size of a bowl. The crack sparkled with golden light. It was as if the baptism of the heavenly clouds was poured in from there. Ka! With a soft sound, another piece of the eggshell fell off. The golden light that had just dissipated seemed to have bloomed again. It turned the nearby ice surface into a golden color. Within the golden light, Yun Nuashing could feel a huge dragon's might. It made her excited and nervous. Don't be so excited. Slowly raise the child. However, the divine beast's intelligence is very high and it grows very quickly. Perhaps you don't have to worry about it. Feng Yuang chuckled. When he said the words, "raise the child," he clearly saw that Yun Nuashing's forehead had darkened. When Yun Nuashing's face was filled with black lines, the eggshell also made a series of popping sounds and turned into pieces that fell to the ground. The little girl that appeared in front of Yun Nuashing and Feng Yuang was a little girl that only reached their knees. She was naked and her skin was as white as snow. The little girl seemed to be only 6 or 7 years old. Her long, ice-blue wavy hair fell to her waist. A third of the long hair was a brilliant gold. Her cheeks were extremely white and her exquisite appearance was extremely cute. Her pair of blue-gold eyes were as pure as crystals, shining and translucent. You win. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but slap her forehead. Then she slowly pulled it down. She even rolled her eyes and felt extremely speechless. What? I didn't think that you would have the thought of favoring boys over girls. Feng Yuang smiled and said strangely, "Heya, I already have 4 to 5 little sisters. Having a little brother isn't bad either. The yin energy around me is heavy. Even I have more yin energy than yang energy." Yun Nuashing curled her lips and joked. "Uft? Haha, indeed. Feng Yuang held her stomach and laughed loudly. She even kept patting her shoulder, causing Yun Nuashing's face to twitch nonstop. After sighing, Yun Nuashing helplessly waved his hand and said softly, "Sigh, forget it. It doesn't matter. Little sisters are used to dote on and little brothers are used to abuse. There's nothing wrong with that. Damn, your little brother is so pitiful." Hearing this, Feng Yuang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. She bitterly smiled and then joked, "This is your daughter." Scram! Yun Nuashing, who was walking forward, fiercely rolled his eyes. He really wanted to complain that he was only in his 30s and didn't want to be a father. However, he couldn't say it out loud. The little girl rubbed her dazed big eyes and stared at Yun Nuashing for a long while. That pair of big clear eyes flashed with some colors. She used her small hands to support herself on the ice and tried to stand up. However, Perhaps because she was just born and hadn't gotten used to this body yet. Her calves couldn't help but tremble when she stood up. However, she still managed to stand firmly. After a while, she lifted her crystal-clear little feet and slowly walked towards Yun Nuashing. She can walk when she was just born. Her intelligence is indeed very high. Feng Yueying smiled in surprise. Why don't you complain that she looks like she's 6 or 7 years old when she was just born? Yun Nuashing helplessly glanced at him. His colorful eyes looked at the little girl. In a daze, he remembered the scene when he saw little Ming. He couldn't help but smile and walked 2 steps forward. When he was less than 2 meters away from her, he slowly squatted down. The little girl seemed to understand Yun Nuashing's meaning. She once again lifted her little feet and stiffly took 1 step after another. On her crystal-clear and delicate little face, her icy blue eyebrows slowly furrowed, as if she couldn't get used to it. Just when she wanted to take another step forward, she felt a dress on her body. Before she could react, she was gently hugged by a pair of warm and slender hands. Yun Nuashing smiled as he lifted the little girl over his head. He raised her so high that she was facing the sun. His colorful eyes looked at that pair of large blue-gold eyes. He seemed to see warmth and joy in that pair of blue-gold eyes. He couldn't help but smile and said, "From today onwards, you will be called Bing Air." The little girl seemed to understand what he was saying. She nodded her little head forcefully. Then 2 slender arms stretched out from the blue dress. Yun Nuashing saw this and hugged her, allowing her to pinch his cheeks with her little hands. Feng Yueying walked up from the side and reached out to touch Bing Air's arms. After sensing it for a while, he nodded and said, "As expected, her aptitude is excellent. She is very close to the power of heaven and earth and the power of rules. And this little fist, I'm afraid it can send a mountain flying with a single punch. The power of the divine object will always stay in her body, constantly changing her physique to a perfect level. Her future achievements will definitely be very high. Becoming a shifter emperor shouldn't be a problem. As for becoming a shifter god, it will depend on whether you can give her a hand." Feng Yueying couldn't help but praise. Yun Nuashing also nodded. As a god, it was very rare for the former to receive his praise. Little Bing Air raised her head. That pair of clear eyes stared straight at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing also lowered his head to look at her. He reached out his hand and rubbed her little head with a smile. Little Bing Air's throat moved slightly. Her rose petal-like little mouth trembled carefully for a while. Suddenly, she slowly opened it. Although it was very small, she was trying her best to open it. Then, a tender voice slowly came out from her little mouth with some stiffness. "Emoter!" Hearing this tender voice, Feng Yueying was stunned for a moment. Then his whole body trembled as he squatted down. Unrestrained laughter came out of his mouth. And when Yun Nuashing heard this name and this laughter, his face suddenly became extremely dark. After little Bing Air finished speaking, her little hand pinched Yun Nuashing's chest slightly, causing Yun Nuashing's face to become extremely dark. Feng Yueying, who just stood up, saw the scene and directly spat out a mouthful of saliva. Then he squatted down again while holding his stomach.